Hello, everybody, and welcome to Silksong. Though this is going to be a little bit different than our other streams. Let me get the dock up. Okay. Let me see here. Hello there. The logical fallacy.
Indeed.
Well, I am already streaming. I am going to
Amazing.
go to Bellheart because I feel like this is the most fitting place to do it. You
You
know.
want to share your screen?
Yes, I can share my screen too. Let me see here on Discord.
I almost feel
Which,
like I should be playing the game too.
yes,
Like a part of me is like, maybe I should pull it up.
yeah. So let me see here. Well, I'm gonna go outside the abyss and go to Bellheart because I think that's where I want to. Because I also want to read through the Materium entries that I have as well.
Yes. I think those will be really interesting.
Yes, it will be very interesting. I don't know. I think I got most of them, though they don't count towards 100%. So some of the things that don't count towards 100%, I'm sure there's like one or two missing. Uh, but that is okay. So yeah, the Hunter's Journal is very interesting. I think my favorite thing about it is that we get to hear a lot of Hornet's perspective on things, which is very fascinating. And a thing that is sort of underappreciated, probably, for the people who didn't play through Hollow Knight, is we were unsure if Hunter was like a special tribe or just a title. And I'd say with Silksong, it seems like being a hunter is just a title that anybody could have.
Yeah.
Because the hunter in
It's kind of
Hollow Knight was
interesting.
very distinct looking. I think you saw them on the little bit of Hollow Knight that you played.
I definitely did, and also on the Moss Bag video we watched.
Yes. Which they have, I think, six eyes and sort of look like a weaver themselves, but I don't think they are a weaver with the full body that we see.
I would almost seem like it's weird because it almost seems more like the Lord of Shades, which is like
You are
the
right.
wizard's abomination,
Yes.
which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, and I know everybody was surprised that the hunter did not have a boss fight in Hollow Knight. And everybody, well, it's really funny that the dialogue doesn't change. Like, you approach fearless, Squib. Whenever I've seen so many people just run away, the first time they encounter that room, being like, "I understand what's happening here, and I want no part of it."
Yeah, I do think it's funny that they set up. Team Cherry does a really good job whenever it comes with setting expectations and subverting them.
They do for sure. New was definitely a surprise for the way to get the Hunter's Journal. Also, on my screen, they do paint her house. It just takes a while.
Ah,
Thank you for the
what's
rosary
that?
birds. That is the reward for
Oh,
fighting that optional boss that
okay.
you got invited to.
I still need to do that. I'm
Also,
not
okay, this is
100%
just
yet.
something I want to point out for the people who don't know, because this is just a detail I adore in this game. So, whenever Hornet lays down on the bed, and you might already know this, if you open the map, you can see her opening it.
Oh,
Which, the level of detail in this game, I just adore completely.
it's such a small animation, but
It, it,
it's
it,
so many small animations.
they always go the extra mile. Okay, so I think it makes sense to just read from the beginning. So, the moss grub, fur covered crawler with a series of sharp spikes along its back. If not for the spikes, I would think it an impelling bug. So, yeah, she definitely wants this as a house pet, which is very funny. And then,
She wants a lot of these as house pets.
yeah, so this
Hornet
is.
is not opposed to enslaving animals.
Yes, she is. Well, I don't know if it's enslavement if you have a pet. I mean, these don't seem like bugs that were very elevated. So, this massive moss grub is like just the bigger version of this. It is interesting to note, I think we can only find these in the Memoriam, which would imply to me that they die before they grow to full size in Moss Grotto. But a naturally overgrown moss grub bred within the Citadel's Memoriam, I guess, or selective breeding could have
It's
happened.
unnatural.
Yeah.
I think that it's interesting because it's almost a forced way of creating elevation. I wonder if the Weavers were experimenting with trying to elevate to the divine in the same way that they were, or not to the
Yes.
divine, but you know what I mean.
And also confirmation, Hornet is into, selective breeding. She would own a designer dog. So close to a perfect furred form. If only they'd been able to breed out the spines. Yes.
Yeah, that
Okay.
is interesting.
Yes. I guess natural selection manipulation might be possible in just the
Well,
Hollow Knight
considering what
world.
her father did,
Yeah, I guess that's
I
basically
mean,
confirmed.
it's not
Yes.
uncharacteristic.
Okay, Mossmer, small fluttering creature capable of defending itself with its small stinger. This bug is soft and clumsy, but to its fortune, its home chaos seem relatively free of effective predators. I wonder why that is. Which that's an interesting piece of dialogue. I don't really know
Yeah.
the answer to why that is, so I'm with Horton
Well,
on that.
I think that it's potentially you could kind of read it a couple different ways. You could consider it maybe it's outside influence, or potentially it's like the Moss Mother herself is protecting her young, which would tie in with the whole narrative.
Yes, which actually, how much the Moss Mother ties in with the whole narrative. Team Cherry has called like Hornet, the Princess of Hollowness, sort of raised by three queens. There's three Moss Mothers to kill, which is just like
That is true.
an interesting connection that I wonder if it's intentional or if that's just entirely happenstance. But okay, adult
I didn't
Mossmer.
even. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No. You go ahead. It is all right.
I didn't even think about the fact that it was three queens. That's a detail that I feel like I should have picked up on. But thinking of like Queen Vespa,
Yes.
um, the White Lady, and obviously um, Hera the
Hera the
Beast,
Beast. Yeah.
all being Hera
It, it, yeah.
the
It's
Beast.
easy.
Yeah,
It's easy to like not make the connection, especially because Vespa is such a minor character that you only briefly see in ghost form in the events of Hollow Knight, that I could forgive somebody for not even knowing that she was a queen of the Hive, considering she's very dead. Which actually, with Queen Vespa, she tells the knight in her dialogue that she's not the queen that he's looking for to guide you in the direction of the White Lady. Formerly, formerly we could call them the Pell Queen, and you would know what I'm talking about. But now that is no longer the case. But
well, it is interesting
but
how the pill. No, go ahead.
oh no, I was just gonna read this, but you can go ahead. It is all right. I put yapping in the title, so people should expect it.
We're all here for the rants. No, I think it's interesting how like royalty and monarch, kind of the descendants of monarchs, kind of ties in with the whole narrative. It's such an interesting element of the story. I really like it.
Oh, I like it too.
That was it.
Okay, so the Moss Mother, adult Mossmer, with a fully developed stinger and hardened hide. Motherhood is an instinct that can push creatures beyond what seems their natural limits. It turns even weaker beasts like these into formidable foes. Which is just so
Yep.
cool that they. I'm guessing they had some of Act 3 in mind, probably, from the time they designed Moss Mother. Which is just crazy. Levels of foreshadowing.
It really is, and I know that like even before I got to the main ending, I pointed this out like in the connection to kind of some of the themes that I had been seeing, and I really like how this kind of sets up. Like it's the first interaction you get. It's just like a mother trying to protect from her young, you from her young, and it's like almost almost paints us as a little bit of the villain in this um, certain situation because it's like we're upsetting the natural order of things, which kind of ties in with the rest of
Yes. I mean,
what
in our
happened.
defense, we were kidnapped against our will. So,
No, very true. We were
that,
we were as she says, she admits it herself. My entrance into your land has not been kind.
Yes, yes, that
Reason to be
is
wary.
very true. So well, and it's interesting too that we see the Snell Shaman so early, even though it's one of those weird moss bag predictions because actually I saw that in a video he had analyzing a Silksong trailer, he just randomly mused that maybe the chapel maid was connected to the Snell Shamans.
Yeah, which I will say, figuring out that they're snails, I feel like you could kind of confer it. It would be a difficult. It would be like a reach at the point. But I think it's something you could potentially
Yeah,
surmise.
I feel like it could, but they do a good job hiding it. Well, also
They
in
do.
in Hollow Knight, the Snell Shamans weren't in hiding, which is also interesting. Which might be
Yeah.
because the Pell King was more chill with the Void, that sort of thing. And the Void seems to have been like a place that entrance was banished to, with the fact that the bell no longer work. Well, it has to be fixed before we can go back to the Void.
Yes, and it seems as if anything connected or could be summoning the void was banned from Farloom, with great prejudice. Like, it seems as
Yes,
if their little worship circle got pretty hammered down to the
you
point.
worship
Which,
the Pell Queen.
considering though all the things that they were doing, I do not blame her. If you read the tablets in the chapel later on, the things described that they had to do to the pilgrims to like get the right types of potions and souls, pretty like basically tortured them.
Yeah, basically torture. I mean, not that we should be surprised at all. I'm just going
Which
to.
not
I
saying
just
that's
had an
go ahead.
idea. I feel like I should put on for the stream anyway. The Bellheart theme, as I think that's a little bit friendlier than our Void Actory. I do miss that Bellheart classic Bellheart music. Let me turn the in-game volume down.
Oh yes.
Which it's funny that I'm turning the in-game volume down to put on Silksong music.
But
But
well, you know how it is.
yeah, Bellheart is just such a classic theme. I feel like we gotta have like the original thing playing for this. But anyway, moving on, and I guess you could read some of these if you want to. We could take turns.
That would be good. Just do you want me to get this one?
Yes, you can get this one.
All right, it's a acnid. I don't know if that's like particularly how you pronounce that. Winged insect that feeds upon moss and lichen in the caves above Bone Bottom. In its natural state, it would avoid potential predators, but Farloom's haunting now compels it to aggression. Fortunately, its jaws are ill suited for combat.
Yeah, which I guess that's interesting that the haunting does make even these weaker bugs aggressive, and it is interesting. Like, you wouldn't necessarily think that they'd shy away from combat with how you interact with them in the game.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It is. They do seem like pretty to themselves outside, but it seems like they
Oh
are
yeah,
aggressive.
I mean, we even see one like grabbing a flea, which would make you think maybe it's like willing to be a little bit more of a bully. Okay, I'll take this one. Scuttler, small soft bug that uses the hard skulls of the marrow for protection and disguise, which is interesting that mask is not a part of them, but it does make sense. In every land, creatures find new and surprising ways to disguise themselves. One must be wary always.
What are these things?
I have
Are these spiders?
yeah, I do have
They
no
almost
idea.
kind of
It
have
is
that appearance.
it does look like spiders. It is interesting too that the game so early on gives you an enemy that it's like, hey, there's gonna be things that disguise themselves and are hiding their true nature from you.
Oh, that is interesting.
Okay, so I guess we'll just alternate. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, that works. So the skull wing, airborne relative of the grounded skull scuttler, found only in the Marrow's deepest, hottest caves. Such feeble creatures could only survive thanks to the rarity of predators in these superheated caverns. Which is interesting.
Yes, it is very interesting. I mean, we don't see too many of these. We see them in the Weave Nest at Weave Nest Atla, where the secret mass shard is, and we see them on our ascent from the abyss.
Yes.
Okay, so now the Skull Brute. Soft bug beneath a huge horned skull charges at intruders to protect its territory and its smaller companions. Either its size has made it fearless, or the haunting has removed its sense of self-preservation. It is interesting that she does not know. I don't think that these are haunted. I don't remember seeing any in my playthrough that get taken over by Silk. Or if they do, you can't see it.
It's interesting that she assumes that any... Because, again, she assumes the same thing about the ants, too, and I know we're getting there, too. But, like, yeah, the ants kind of remind me of the mantises in a way. And it's like, besides the pilgrims are the only ones we physically see getting infected by the silk.
Yes.
But I will say, it seems as if the silk has been around for so long, I don't think there likely would be a bug that would be without it, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair. Though it is definitely far more evident with the pilgrims. And then we have this thing.
Yeah, that thing. Rare Skull Tyrant. A rare, enormous skull scuttler, the Marrow's largest predator and most feared for its ferocious temperament. Though surely fierce, the skull it bears looks taken from an even larger beast. If not for the bones as proof, I would scarcely believe bugs could grow to such a scale. Which is very interesting, considering the skull is of a bug we see. We don't really like. It almost looks like an evolved version of the Weavers, like during their evolution, or like their kind of evolutionary ascension, thanks to the Pale Queen. It almost looks like the skull from that. I don't know if that's accurate.
It does look a little bit similar, and I do see what you mean. Well, why Bone Bottom has so many skulls in the first place? There must have been like some creature that had some mini civilization that got quashed for some reason. It is also interesting to note that this Skull Tyrant, it seems to be just one, but a separate one attacks you and can kill Pilby or not kill Pilby, depending on your playthrough. Which I know
break your heart or not.
You are unsure of the fate of Pilby on your playthrough. I know Pilby survived into Act 2 on mine.
Yeah.
Which I was very
lucky. I don't. I'm not sure what happened to Pilby. I didn't really keep up with him, so I'm not.
Yes, that is 100% fair. Okay, so this is the Killick, small bony bug that favors dark tunnels, can expand its spiked carapace to ward against attacking predators. I am fond of simple, effective traps, such as this bug's extendable spikes. An unwary predator would be skewered clean through, which I guess just shows some of Hornet's nature that she finds this impressive. I mean, this also shows her relation to the Pale King, because she sees something that looks spiky and almost buzzsaw adjacent, and she's like, I like this. Hornet's just turning into her father.
You see the duality of it, where she's like, I really like furry creatures. I wish they would like get rid of their spikiness, but also like she's willing to
she appreciates the ingenuity.
Yes, of these bugs.
Interesting.
It's interesting too how that does really connect to the Weavers, because her desire to like create traps and things, we learn, is something that comes from the Weavers.
Yes. Okay.
The Pale King too, I guess, with the giant buzzsaws, but
yes, but the Weavers specifically are connected to crafting and silk. Okay, I'll let you take this one.
This is the Beast Fly. Aggressive fly far looms lowlands, rams prey with its hard bone mask. Dancing around this simple creature as it charges back and forth is sort of a game I delighted in as a child. Alas, I now have more pressing matters to attend to, which
Yeah,
means
which I
that
mean is interesting. I'm guessing it's she's saying that she probably did similar things with the bugs in the hive, though it probably didn't result in her killing them for shell shards. I'm guessing. I think that would put a little bit of a strain on her in Queen Vespa.
yeah,
I would think.
No, for sure, for sure. And it is interesting how many of these are like things that remind her of her past in some way or another.
Yes.
I think that really adds to kind of the Hunter's Journal as a whole, I feel like.
I completely agree. And now we have this thing, which I'm sure gave neither of us trouble on our playthrough. We definitely only took 2 tries and didn't get like stuck for hours. Okay, the Savage Beastfly. Angered adult beastfly with a weighty body and a thickened hardshell mask. Civilization encroached from this kingdom's crown, but the lowlands are still ruled by great beasts. Its roars stir something deep within me, some primal instinct. Which
feelings.
I mean, it's interesting. This is the first time we encounter this is in the Chapel of the Beast, I'm pretty sure. Which I think, like, what we bind... Is it, like, a bigger version of one of these things? I think it is.
I thought that it was like a... It looked almost like a spider, but I'm not sure. Yeah, all of them kind of looked very much like spider-like. Yes. But I'm not sure... Because... I think the chapels are really interesting because it's like it's almost as if the civilization was like worshiping these different natures. Like you have the Chapel of the Wanderer, which seems to be associated with the shamans, and then you have the Chapel of the Beast, which seems it's almost I don't know how deep of a connection it goes to, but it kind of reminds me of like the collector collecting all of these like different items for some purpose.
Yes.
But in this case, the fact that it's a chapel, it seems as if it's like in worship of these beasts, which is interesting.
Yeah, which is, I mean, it's an interesting theme too. Like these less elevated bugs is how the game decides to start off with Conductor Roman, whatever his name was, thing at the beginning. Romero or something? Alright. We can go on to the next one.
It was the subject of the White Ward tape, I believe. If I'm
okay.
Which is interesting. No, that was Mazzello? Never mind. We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. This one is you.
Okay. Karanid. A Karanid? I hope I'm pronouncing these.
We're probably going to be mispronouncing things the whole time.
Common winged bug of the lowlands, generally docile, but will attack if threats come close. Their plump, round shape makes them well suited for target practice. Difficult to resist testing my aim on them, which I think is just really funny.
Yeah, she's like...
Hornet's like, man, these things are fat. I like shooting them.
Yes, if you struggled on the pin throwing minigame, that's not canon. I would have aced that first try. Is basically just what she's saying. I don't think it goes too much deeper than that, though. Yeah, she's like, you need to get good. Okay, Vicious Karanid. Aggressive winged bug of the lowlands. When angered, it rapidly whips its bladed tail as a weapon. Its wings are quite small compared to its bulk. Perhaps it uses the warm air of these fiery lands to help them stay airborne. Clever if so. Which is not really something I paid mind to, but I mean, I guess you only see these in Farfield, so I guess that would make sense. Because that's where, like, you see the most winds, and elevations throughout. But I would have never really thought about the fact that its wings were so small compared to the rest of its body. It didn't really occur to me.
It's just a pain. These things are just a pain.
Yeah, they are.
It is what it is. Hardbone Hopper, grazing creature with sharp senses that nimbly retrieve from danger. Despite the haunting of its shell, it has not been overcome with aggression. It desires to flee, remains too strong, which is interesting.
Yeah, okay, so she's very confident on this one, which it's interesting for some things. She's like, well, it could be this or the haunting, but this one she's like, despite the haunting. Which is interesting. Its desire to flee remains too strong. This is true for these guys, but for the next guys, they will attack you intentionally. Which is the Hardbone Elder. The tall creature with sharp senses defends its herd with powerful legs and a sharp-tipped mask. There is surprising strength hidden in their thin, elegant limbs. It would be a pleasure to ride upon it. She wants to ride upon these things like a horse. Which now I hope somebody has done fan art of, because that sounds hilarious to see Cowboy Hornet.
It's adorable. I'm sure somebody has done
it. I guess this also probably goes back to, parental protection, because it's only the adults protecting the small ones in their herd. Otherwise, these creatures just have no desire to fight at all. And I do think it is interesting. I'm pretty sure this happened early on in Root playthrough, where you assumed like the hot spots you couldn't step on, and meanwhile I was just like, yeah, I could probably hop on that. Which I
mean, I was just hesitant.
With how many things do 2 massive damage, I think that is extremely fair. Okay, and then we have these things.
Gosh, fine. Tarmate, flying bone mite that lives near magma. Roasts its prey by spitting scorching tar, I know. Its sticky spit would no doubt make a useful crafting material if molded fresh. Unfortunately, I cannot stop to experiment. I think that, like, Hornet's sense of curiosity is really interesting, because, like, I love the characterization and, like, just the general character of Hornet. Because she has this, like, she just wants to, like, she really has that, like, inventive spirit that the Weavers have, or they, like, wanting to make something of her own, and to, like, mimic or copy the moves of others and the other, like, predators, and take their advantages that nature has given them, and turn it into her own.
Not to mention, if any of these creatures so far deserve it, the fact that the Savage Beastfly 2 spawns these things make them fair crafting materials. If you are going to be melted into plasmomium, I'm sorry.
Yes.
That's
for me.
That's how Hornet just justifies doing heresy in this land. She's just like, let's name something different.
It's Plasmium, Father. I didn't mean anything by it.
So it is interesting that these are put so late onto the early part list, considering I feel like these enemies you encounter far earlier, considering they're close to the Weave Nest Outla in the Mosgrado. So the Maulwing, young bony bug that can curl its body to form a ball. Their rough, rigid shells grip tight to any surface. Even walls and roofs become pathways for these nimble bugs. Which is interesting, considering it's something that I presume they outgrow as they get older, as they are no longer as traversable. It very much reminds me of the mantises in Hollow Knight, because in Hollow Knight, it mentions like the mantises that are on the ground in the winged mantises. They are the same creature, they're just at different stages in their life. And they like lose the ability to fly as they mature.
Well, it's very realistic, based on like real life bugs.
Yes.
And I mean, we do that as well, but you know, it is a very good detail. That is true. Maroma, giant ruler of the lowlands, its rigid hide will crush smaller creatures beneath it. Sheer bulk makes for an effective weapon, but requires much sustenance. This creature would have spent much of its time eating, an acceptable life for some. but not one that she.
I mean, that sounds pretty judgmental. I know that she says that she has little need for sustenance, but she's just like, yeah, this guy's a fatso.
I mean, there is a something to be said about her quick sense of judgment, but it's also something that keeps her alive. Like she kind of has to as a hunter, but it is interesting. It is a bit of what you call a character flaw in the fact that it allows it as the is it Lace that calls it out that she has like a hardened heart.
Yeah, I think Lace says something to that effect, which I think it's in their first meeting, where like Lace is threatening to skewer her, and she's just like, "Let's just get on with it." Okay.
Yeah, but it is interesting.
Yes, and now we have the Hoker, spine-shooting drifter of the lowlands. Whatever admiration I had for its fleecy down is spoiled by its disturbing mask and its stilly spines. Which, that's well, that's more than loving fur, you know. Also, yes, something about this face creeps her out, which is, I guess, interesting because I don't necessarily think anything about this face looks any stranger than any of the others. Except, I guess it kind of looks like it has a mouth, which a lot of these creatures do not, with the exception of this thing so far.
Yeah, I do understand Hornet's reservations. It is a little bit creepy.
It is a little bit creepy, yes.
But kind of cute. Flint beetle. Rarely seen beetle that spends most of its life nestled deep in bone and rock. The flint gems on its shell excrete an explosive powder. Its bright gems could be used to make a beautiful but short-lived jewelry, an amusing idea for a gift, or a trap.
Which, I think this is the first time in Hollow Knight that jewelry is mentioned. I guess that's just like a royalty thing. Which is interesting. Did Hornet, like, doing this quest be like, oh, yeah, this gem could be used for earrings. I don't have ears, but never mind that. But it is interesting. Well, these things, I feel like, it's one of those few things that burrow into the ground and hide that aren't worm-like.
Yeah. Well, it's referred to as, like, a beetle, which is interesting. But the explosive element of it is one of the like common themes throughout the bugs, where they just have like straight up knives coming out of their spines. So it's like, some of the stuff I'm just like, I don't know. I'm like, well, why are you shooting a gun at me?
Yeah, I mean the fact that the rosary cannon is something in the game is crazy. Okay, so this is me. Rhino Grund, longhorn beast of Farloom's lowland, relies on its horn both to impel and to wrench the ground beneath it, flinging dangerous debris. Certain tools and skills can pierce its defenses. I should adjust my strategy as needed. So, I think this is Steve Cherry just flexing. Hey, whenever you went to save that flea, we know we killed you the first time. We know it happened. Don't lie.
Yeah.
Which, it is very interesting that the first time that you could encounter this, it seemingly was imprisoned. For some reason.
True. It was definitely... and interestingly enough, it kind of mirrors the beast fly. And the fact that it's like... and its animation of like banging against the door. And like both of them kind of like trying to get out, being trapped and imprisoned. It you know...
Yeah,
not a very...
Yeah, it's... I mean, otherwise this guy isn't too interesting, other than, I guess you could say the shape of its horns is sort of similar to Hornet's head. But I don't have too many thoughts about this guy, myself.
As far as design goes, all of these are very, very good designs.
Yes, I think so. They effectively communicate what the creature does most of the time. Okay, on to her favorite.
Grumling, a young masked worm that delights in ambushing intruders within its tunnels, which means that it has a will and is intentionally doing this on purpose because it's delighting in it. Which just a frustrating fiend. They flee beneath the bone whenever I try to strike them down. So
You and me both,
Hornet
Hornet.
canonically hates these things, so I will take that.
Yes, I mean, I don't know. The Wormways area just in general, it's interesting that, like, it's not like the WYRM, which is like both special worms that seem to be divine and normal worms exist, which I guess would make you wonder if, maybe... Well, no, sorry, I was about to go, like, crackpot theory mode, like, well, maybe a pelt worm is actually just something that's... But I'm pretty sure the worms are very canonically royalty, and they're not a Weaver Farlid situation, which will be interesting once we get to that point.
I wonder... This is a theory that I've been thinking about. What if it's all that exact same situation with, like, the pale beings? Except the difference is that, like, a long time ago, there was like a similar situation where there was a bunch of like larger than life kingdoms, potentially like real world sized, where you kind of had the same hierarchy, but then like all those kingdoms have fallen, and now it's just like fallen to the smaller bugs that have been elevated by these pale beings. It's almost like this is a cycle that's been going on.
Well, we
smaller
do know.
and smaller.
So I will say some credence to that theory might be the fact that we do know Un in Hollow Knight is very much a higher being, but it does mention that their power is fading to the point where it can't be felt like it once was. So I think even being a higher being, we're not necessarily immortal. Their lifespan is much further than a normal bug's, but you will still eventually lose your power and die, I think would be the implication.
Which it seems to be that their power in life is determined by devotion and worship.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Like whenever we talk about like the radiance, like her infecting the minds of others, her power seems to grow in people actively turning away from her to worship a different light. Has her power, diminish to some extent. Okay,
you could almost consider maybe what the Radiance did as like self-preservation, that like she was dying, and that like the only way for her to survive would be to force devotion.
Yeah, I definitely think there is definitely some credence to that. So this is the Grom, burrowing worm that uses its many blunted teeth to dig through even the hardest bones, which is just so gross. What a terrible life. They ceaselessly churn through rock and bone without ever seeming to rest. Do they have a destination, or are they compelled to dig forever deeper?
That sounds like someone.
Yeah. I mean, it is interesting.
Sounds like the whole game. I mean, that's a pretty consistent theme of like going up or down without a destination.
Yes. Yeah.
Or having any idea what you'll find.
Yeah, it is interesting. I never really noticed that their bottom are teeth. The fact that they're just like chewing through the ground is a little bit disgusting. Now that I'm contextualizing in my head.
Balin, they're bugs. They're all disgusting. They're just cute because of the artwork.
that is very fair. Okay, this one's an exciting one.
Oh.
And it is Router.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Is it, I was looking at the wrong screen. I had the stream up.
You had the stream up on. It's really delayed a little bit, I'm guessing.
It is delayed, so it was like you hadn't switched over on the stream. I'm looking at the one you have live, but I stopped looking at it. I started looking at the live.
You're like, what is Nyland thinking? The Grom's so interesting to him. We need to read it again.
Yes. No. Very excited about the Bell Beast. All right, Bell Beast, huge hardborn bug, which, hardbone bug that lives within and travels through the veins of the old bells across Farloom. This one has allied themselves with me, either as thanks for their saving or respect for one judged as equal. Whichever the reason, their fellowship is welcome.
Yeah, so
I love
Hornet
this guy.
canonically loves the Bell Beast, or well, love might be a strong
Yes.
word, but she at least cares for them. Sort of in my head, I definitely contextualize the battle as the Bell Beast basically just having the zoomies that like a normal dog has. You know, probably doesn't even realize that they're trying to kill Hornet. It is interesting too later in the game that apparently this Bell Beast, you know, becomes a mother off screen, which is sort of crazy. Which
It's very adorable.
it is very adorable. I like calling them Bella the Bell Beast, though I have heard people say that Hornet's just calling them by their name, Ira. You know, I don't know. Do you think that their canon name is Ira?
I think that the language being spoken is oftentimes the phrases and things aren't necessarily connected to like the full speech,
Yeah.
because like there's a lot of context where it just doesn't make sense. I don't know. It seems like it's a call of some kind, but I don't know if it would generally
Yeah.
be the name.
Well, yeah. If I go to this to the station real quick, like they will respond to Garama 2 income, which okay, never mind. I guess they're already here. But if they weren't here and I did like the taunt, they will also come. So
Okay.
so I think Ira being the name, it is an interesting thought, though I think that there's room for interpretation in terms of whether or not it's just like a calling or not. Okay, and now we have the Pilgrim Groveler, basic bug of Farloom laid low upon the ground, taken by Farloom's haunting. The bug is now capable of little more than prayer and aggression. So this is the first thing in the game that I think most people will see get taken over by the haunting. And it is interesting, before you see the silk fully wrap around them in some way, where you see it take over, it seems like they were already in devotion before the silk fully took control. And then, just with the silk fully taking control, then the aggression turns onto you, which makes sense considering the state that Grandmother Silk is in throughout most of the events of the game.
Yeah, she's
she's not a happy kid.
Dying. She's not happy. I think that too. I think she's probably upset about the trouble she has to go through, of the fact that her like all of her men failed in like bringing her all Hornet all the way. I know I've heard a theory that people are saying that Lace potentially is the one who freed Hornet, because we see her training or singing the song to the butterflies before the first fight. So the idea was that like she sent the butterfly or something.
Well, the butterflies too, from my understanding, they were like normal bugs, like this guy right here, but they were people that were just like fully turned into silk, where little of their original body still exists. And the fact that Lace is entirely silk, I will say I could see the theory, though I don't necessarily... You see, it seems very traitorous, and by the end of Act 2, Lace is definitely there, but beforehand, I don't know if we're really to that point.
Yeah, I think that potentially us like bruising her ego, quite frankly, brought out some feelings. Of like,
yeah, no. I
insecurity.
completely agree. I don't know. It's hard to believe that the silk falling onto the carriage and undoing the binding is an accident, but also just the idea that it's Lace seems very weird in my head too.
Well, I think that it wouldn't be necessarily like fully Lace, but just her sending the butterfly. But I don't think that works potentially as like an explanation. I think that it may have been like some sort of just
It-
I don't know if it was
Well,
a
it could also
coincidence
be,
or not.
and here's probably what I would try to have as an explanation, is I think Hornet very much is creating her own silk, and just like the Pilgrims are drawn to Grandmother Silk in the Ascension, because of the silk, maybe the silk butterflies are just naturally drawn to Hornet because she also produces silk like Grandmother Silk.
Yes. Which it's interesting that like I a part of me wonders so because it doesn't seem like the far lids are naturally create silk on their own.
Yeah, I
it
don't
doesn't seem
see any
to-
evidence of that in the game. Not that I can recall.
So it seems as if that like my assumption that like the whole comments of the silk coming from the creator, it seems as if the Pale Queen would be the creator, which means that any subsequent children or like descendants of the Weavers would carry her silk. But it doesn't necessarily mean her will. Like it's interesting. Like I think that it does carry her nature though,
Yeah,
which I think but it's balanced out by the worm side.
yeah, I would agree. And this one is you whenever we're ready.
Pilgrim Pouncer. Agile bug of Farloom, its higher functions have been lost to the hunting. With a softer shell than most, they would have relied on their athleticism to survive.
Yes.
Which
is interesting.
You definitely get this sense that it seems as if Hornet does not believe these pilgrims are up to the task, and is surprised that some of them are.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, for the most part, she's right, because I don't know if you ever noticed this in your playthrough, but this enemy is the same thing that the first shopkeeper in the game is. They are
Yes.
a Pilgrim Pouncer. And after you buy out her store, do you know what happens after you buy out her store?
I thought she left.
She starts her pilgrimage, and you very quickly can see her taken over by the haunting, and one of these guys will drop 50 rosaries instead of the meager, 4 or 5. I did not need to know that I might have killed the shopkeeper. But
I don't like this game anymore. Why does it do this to me? I don't need this to that's
yeah,
sad. That's really sad.
it is sad.
Okay.
She made it to Bone Bottom before being taken over by the haunting. Anyway.
Well, man.
The Pilgrim Hornfly, short pilgrim that uses their long horn to launch upon threats. Burf equipped this one well. In its assault, it becomes its own projectile. I don't have too much to say about the Pilgrim Hornfly myself.
It lunges at you.
It does lunge at you. Yes. Alright, and I'll let you take this one.
Pilgrim, I love the fact that this is called Pilgrim Hulk. Or Hulk Smash. Sturdy Bug. Lost to the haunting. Rolls at threats with no care for its own discomfort. A rare built bug within these ailing lands. Most pilgrims' shells seem small by comparison. What nourishment did they discover to grow so large? Hornet's
so this
just
is
straight up being
another
like,
instance
nah, this guy's
of
fat.
her calling an NPC fat. She would not take, for the game, people saying this game is woke, she would not take any body positivity. She would be like, nah, you need to get on the treadmill. So with this one,
There's a treadmill up in the Citadel for you.
I don't think there's too much interesting things about this other than maybe its body lets it resist being fully taken over by the haunting for a little bit longer, because I think the first time we see one of these, we can talk to one of them before they get taken over by the haunting with Sherma in
Oh, yeah.
Pilgrim's Rest. But later on, you see that they're taken over by the Haunting, which it's definitely interesting that some of these bugs do get so far. I also do wonder how these bugs get so high up in Farfields, being so horizontally challenged, as Hornet would put it.
Gosh.
It does not seem
Well, we
very
see
good
some
for chances in Farfields.
Yeah.
Okay. And now we have this one.
Is this me?
Yes,
Pilgrim's Bell Bearer. Common bug wielding a set of old bells. And the bug will fling the bells at anyone it deems still free. Their bells would once have rung with hope and mirth, lifting the spirits of any climbing companion. Sadly, those instruments have turned purely to combative use. So Hornet also is over these guys.
Yeah, she does appreciate the musical potential, though, which I do appreciate. And, I mean, I don't know if I'm right about this, but I'm gonna let this out now, you know. I just figure that the bell bearers who make it to the Citadel, like, these are the same guys you see in the Citadel, maybe a little bit evolved. But I could be wrong on that.
Well,
maybe we will find out that those are completely different things as we read.
I think they are the same, but some of them, again, are, like, veiled in service of their faith. Like, similar to the ones described by the Snail Shaman.
Which
so
makes
it's
complete
interesting.
sense. Okay, now we have the Winged Pilgrim. Short-horned bug born with underdeveloped wings. Flight it possesses, but only just. It may lift from the stone, but those sad wings would never carry it far. So even this thing, she's calling fat as heck. She's like, you need to lay off the donuts, bud. Okay, we're not going too far with this. Okay.
Well, I think it's more she's calling the wings inefficient. Some of these guys have just been completely rolled over by nature and their design. But they, I don't think they can help it. But still, you see a lot of these in the Citadel. So it's they made it.
Which I wonder if they go through
whatever that's worth.
Yeah, I wonder if like they could make it through the blasted steps, or if you would assume they had to go through Sinner's Road and the Mist, even though that seems like such an unfriendly way to get to the Citadel. Okay, this one is you.
Elder Pilgrim, thick-set bug consumed by haunting thread. Uses their solid frame to crush others. A lucky bug to be able to grow old. Farland's roads take most much earlier.
Yes.
Interesting.
Which it is interesting. I'm wondering with their cape too. It almost looks like they do have some wings or something. Or either that or a very heavily defined collarbone. One of the two. I'm going with wings though.
That's funny.
Okay,
that would be really entertaining.
The Winged Pilgrim Bell Bearer. Okay. Pilgrim endowed with large wings carrying a brace of iron bells. On uneven terrain, their union of flight and range can prove a challenge even for me. Which is just funny that Cannon Hornet struggles with these guys.
Well, Lace even says that your track was broken. Your trail was like a broken track up to the Citadel. So I appreciate that at least canonically, she
Hornet
did struggle.
You know? Yes.
Well, Hornet struggled, guys, just like we did.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Though I do think Cannon Hornet's probably more skilled than most of us.
Team Cherry, I feel like, canonically it references the difficulty quite a bit.
Yes.
Like, they're not unaware. They did it on purpose, guys.
They did it on purpose. 9 out of 10.
No, my...
Did I?
No, the 9 out of 10 was for what we saw yesterday.
Oh, yeah, yes. Which we will not talk about, because I don't want my video to get, like, copyright claimed, monetized, and then demonetized.
Lock her down. Lock her down.
Okay.
Shut down.
This one's you, I
Pilgrim
believe.
Pilgrim Hiker. Hard-shelled bug with a climber's pin. Their pin, once aid, has become a weapon. Though the bug is unrefined in its use, a bug once frail pushed by twisted thread beyond its mortal limits. How
So
an interesting description.
yes, well,
Hmm.
it's interesting too because the pilgrims in general are said not to carry weapons, and this one just because most of the other ones there's like some other justification, like the bell was once used for like devotion, music, worship, that sort of thing, but this one just has a straight up sword, which
I
is
mean,
interesting.
yeah. I
Consi-
wonder.
because Chakra specifically notes how they do not carry weapons and how it's against the pilgrim's way.
Yeah, the fearful pilgrim, I believe, mentions that too. That they have to go through meteor claws. I wonder too. This is what I'm a little bit hazy on as far as the lore goes. Like, because it seems to me that if the Citadel was designed to be the mother's cage, right, and this was all
Yes.
like a mechanical system used to extract silk. So would it be the weavers that designed the Pilgrim's Path, or was the Pilgrim's Path, was it ever designed, or was it simply brought about by a hope that there would be something worth finding at the top? Like, what I'm so curious about is, are these pilgrims here discovering the remnants of what was, because Farlam's fallen, like it's
Oh,
gone,
yeah.
so it's
Her question basically boils down to, at the peak, how legit was this religion?
well, no, we know
In
it was
some ways.
legitimate to an extent, which is kind of strange
Yes.
whenever you consider, like, it seems as if the Weavers were more trying to be efficient in their faith, um, which turned into kind of like almost this independence that they wanted to get away from it. Um, but I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
Keep going.
I don't know either. It is interesting. Okay, the Pilgrim guide, interesting. Old Pilgrim carrying a heavy iron bell staff. The large bell seems to signify them as once leader of a climbing troop, though the haunting has erased that former authority. Which is interesting because the first time that we find one of these in the game is whenever we have the option to free Grendel. And we see a
Oh
Pilgrim
yeah.
guide that is gelled, which has some interesting implications on why would a Pilgrim guide be trapped in a jail cell anyway. Especially because
Yeah.
these seem to be like this religion's shepherds, or like I guess like pastors in a way.
Yeah, somebody to rile the troop and keep them going.
I bet he was
Um,
embezzling rosaries off the top. You don't do that with your tithing.
Probably. No,
I
no, he's sticking.
no, I don't know, but it is interesting that the first we see these guys in Greymore too, I believe. But the first time we see them, they are caged.
Yeah, and then you see him up in Greymore too.
Mm-hmm.
Overgrown pilgrim. Aged pilgrim overgrown with lichen and moss. The moss looks to grow even inside their stomach, which the pilgrim spits at foes in compressed gobs. A foul form of offense. These guys
Yes.
are just gross.
These guys are just gross. I don't like anything that's spitting in your face. The fact that they're overgrown, I mean, the moss taking over them and the haunting, just what poor luck. Don't tell Chris Deltarune. Those in the know, no. Okay. So this
I do know.
this covetous pilgrim, it is interesting, because I was watching you and on your playthrough, which you can tell the audience, there were many things that I watched, and then I asked you if you experienced like I wasn't there to witness it. But I do remember,
Yes.
I had to point it out to you that they were using rosaries as a weapon here. As I don't think that you picked up on that the first time that you fought them, till I said
not
something.
immediately. Not immediately, which is kind of funny.
Yes. Covetous pilgrim. Strong bug repletes with rosaries. If angered, they will whip their strings in a ceaseless onslaught. Is this abundance a sign of purity or greed? The way faith is measured in this land is curious indeed.
Wait, hold on. Is she assuming this isn't overcome by the haunting?
She does
It
not
does
mention
not mention it.
It does not mention the haunting,
It says
which
anchor.
is interesting.
That's interesting. Also, just immediately, she's like, "Nah," pointing out hypocrisy, which is interesting because it is worth mentioning. The reason that I keep mentioning back to the secret pilgrim statue is that like it very clearly points out that the Citadel was supposed to be a place of humility. It mentions that like it was a stone citadel.
Yes.
And it specifically said excess is a sin. And I found that really interesting because the citadel in and of itself is filled with excess. I feel like it shows whatever happened to the Citadel, it makes me think that like there was a point where the Citadel was not like a place of enslavement for Grandmother Silk, but was legitimately her place of ruling.
Which
I think that which potentially would be like the Weaver structures that like were originally the foundation of what would later become the Gilded Palace of the Citadel.
And I do think it is interesting because, in the game, I don't think that you can really escape the religious subtext. It very much makes me think of, like, sort of mainstream Christianity, and then, like, you see things like the Vatican, and you're like, well, would the Jesus from the Bible, and I'm sorry, Catholics in the chat, but, like, you think, like, would he really stand for something so... I don't know what the right word is. Grandiose, to the point where it's like almost just excessive, I guess. I'm trying to think of a better word for it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, whenever it comes to like Catholicism for this game is like a main inspiration, considering the literal currency is rosaries.
Yeah,
rosaries
I don't think you can really
foundationally a staple of Catholicism, as far as like beads of prayer. And I don't know if they extend to any other like specific sects, but like it is really interesting, and it does kind of seem to take great inspiration, especially from architecture. Which I think is really interesting, and there is that kind of connection of like, at least just talking about like old Catholic beliefs, as far as like historical. There's a lot of things that happened historically where a lot of greed was going on, where they used faith as a sense of trying to get power rather than being a religion that was focused around actual worship, which again
is like very
especially
whenever we get to like the underworks, there will be even more to say on said topic.
I think that to say that I don't think it's controversial to say this takes great inspiration from like classic historical Catholicism. Not saying that there's anything wrong with Catholicism now, but there was a lot of controversies in adding to the texts specifically for the gain of things that were not specified.
Okay.
Snitchfly.
Yes.
Oh wait,
I don't remember.
Did you already?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Pernicious eludor found all over Farlow. While these bothersome bugs are left free to forage, no loose rosaries or trinket is safe. Basically, we need to kill all of them.
Yes, we do need to kill all of them. They are probably my second most hated creature in the game. My first one is the one that steals your silk. But these guys stealing my money, you do not come between a man and his paycheck. Okay, lava lug. Sticky mollusk that defends itself by spraying burning fluid from growth on its back. What seems at first purely defensive mechanism may also be necessary to rid this creature of excess heat.
Which is cool. It's very cool.
It's an explanation
Annoying.
on why their body is the way it is.
Yeah.
Also just sounds like a really bad case of acne.
Yeah. Lava Larga. Fully grown, Malus able to unleash a gushing torrent of burning fluid from its back. To survive while storing so much searing fluid within before I would have believed it impossible. But Farloom is home to many marvels.
It is interesting that she would have thought that was impossible, especially considering other things that she thinks are possible, like her basically being like, oh yeah, gods, they rarely match the title in my experience. The second time you see Lace, but she's like, oh, lava existing in something that much? I don't know about that.
We all know that most of the main storyline of Hornet is driven by like severe trauma that's been suppressed.
Yes. Okay. Now we have the Smelt Shoveler. Low-level worker lost to Farloom's haunting. Instinct keeps them at their task, though in much simpler fashion than before. This kingdom appears more advanced in metalwork than mine own ever was, in great part due to the natural heat source at its base. Working in such an environment is an impressive feat. So it is interesting that she mentions, and actually I didn't know that she mentions her own kingdom so early on in the journal, which is fascinating.
Yeah.
Because whenever it comes to mechanical work, the only mechanical work that I can really think happening in Hollow Nest is the Crystal Peak, where you have all the miners that were sort of transfixed by the crystal's power, even though we don't really know too much about what that was in our own kingdom, other than the crystal gave the ability for higher beings to focus, to use focus easier for healing.
Oh, that's interesting.
But, yeah.
Huh.
Okay.
It is interesting to note the fact that, like, the, like, Forge Daughter, which I know we're getting to, doesn't really seem concerned with these guys. But it's interesting that, like, one of them did remain sane. But it seems as if, like, most of them lost their minds long ago.
Yes, like, it does seem that way, and it is interesting. And I don't know to read too much into this, but the particular one that you are talking about, until Act 3, whenever you specifically tell him how bad the world state is, he doesn't seem interested in anything other than work anyway. Like, he basically just tells you to bugger off. Which is, I only mention because the in Hollow Knight with the Radiance specifically, the idea of keeping the Radiance trapped was that if you did not have a mind to manipulate, it would be harder for the Radiance to really take you over. Which I wonder if the fact that he was just like so absorbed almost to a point, it reminds me of like flow state in real life. Like, you can get so used to doing a task where even though you are doing things, we're not really consciously even aware of what we're doing. I think a lot of people experience it with, like, let's say driving, where we're just so on autopilot, you don't really have to think. Which I do wonder if having more of a mind makes it easier for the haunting to take you. I do not know.
That's an interesting idea. I think it's something to look for as we're going on.
Okay, this one is you.
Flintstone Flyer. That incandescent material... Oh, wait, hold on. Aerial workers lost to Farloom's haunting bears a pouch full with flintstone, which they will fling at intruders. That incandescent material they carry is a natural wonder with many potential applications. What a waste to carelessly throw it at me whenever I pass by, which is a moot. Yes, that is...
Yes, I mean, I completely understand how you feel. I'd be a little bit upset too, Hornet. I guess the only thing really interesting about these guys is their protection clearly are bells, which, considering that we have the old bellways and everything, I guess we could wonder if they took part in those roads existing. these members in the civilization.
Yeah, it seems as if most of it rose out of Deep Docks.
Yeah.
Which
Which
makes
is
sense,
interesting
being on
considering you use their thing to get into the abyss. Okay, now we
Yes.
have these guys, which I think give us both trauma just looking at them.
Don't like
Okay, these are the Flint Flame Flyer, otherwise known as Caitlin Clark with their 3-point throws. A brave worker carrying unstable Flint Flame and wearing a heavy belt to protect against potential ignition. Theirs would be a high-risk life followed by a short searing end.
Very sad.
Yes.
Also,
not very sad. They had it coming.
yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yes. So these guys, I don't think that they're that much more interesting, other than maybe at the time that the magma, well, not the bell that takes you to the void. Maybe in ancient times, people with these heavy equipments would make trips to the void, but that's purely speculative.
Somebody was, and we know who. It was definitely the Weavers.
The
extent.
the Weavers to some extent.
We don't know
that
fully if they were the only ones.
That is very
Smoke
true.
rock shifters. Symbol-bearing workers of the Deep Docks pans the holes of smoke rock to find traces of more precious material. The haunting has stolen some important part of these bugs, yet still they attempt their former task, until, that is, they sense my presence. Which is interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. So they very much are still keeping Deep Docks in operation even while being haunted by Grandmother Silk, which, I mean, it's an interesting parallel to, and I know some people who've only played Silksong are like, stop mentioning Hollow Knight, but it does mention in Hollow Knight that the Radiants, like, the husks that it take over, they just mindlessly do the tasks that they did in life, which creates an interesting parallel. Now, it is interesting with these being so early on. I do wonder a little bit if some of these descriptions are purposely trying to mislead you to think that this is more Radiance coded with how it works than it really is. I don't know how reliable
Hornet
we should
would
take
100%
some of
see
these.
that way.
Yeah.
I think Hornet would 100% view it that way, because that's what she knows. I think that some of this would be recontextualized later on. But I think that reading it how it is, being speculative on that, is likely how it's intended to be.
It is likely how it is intended, but I do feel like there is some like false narrator elements going on here.
Oh, 100% there is. 100%.
Which is really interesting. Especially where she's like suspicious in points of the game about seeing similarities where there perhaps might not be any. But okay.
Yes.
I think this is me. Deep Diver. Bell-clad bug responsible for mining the deeper, treacherous depths below their docks. Their heavier bells armor them well against my strikes, but against that oppressive heat, can they help at all? Which it is interesting. So, whenever it says the treacherous...
these are the ones using the bell.
Yeah, well, it says the treacherous depths below their docks.
Yeah.
The
void.
Yeah, I mean, that could only be referring to the void, I feel. Because...
So there's some material or something that they wanted to get from there.
Which is interesting.
I wonder what that would be. And also, it kind of makes me wonder if this was something that, like, the Weavers designed. Because here's the thing. We know that this part of the map is untouched, or, like, is outside of the gaze of Mother Silk.
Yes.
So it feels like there's a lot of things that could have been going on that they could have gotten away with.
Which is interesting too. Whenever you contextualize that part of Leaf Nest Outlaw sort of connects to Deep Docks generally, and that is part of what you need for the snare trap to summon the void with the help of the Snell Shamans.
Yes.
So,
and it seems as if, like, based on the descriptions found within the nest, they specifically designed those to conspire against her.
Which it is interesting if maybe these people in Deep Dogs at one point were trying to harness Void itself. Though I don't know.
Potentially. Although I think we would have seen some signs of it, but maybe it was covered up.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't used for a long time, which means that likely it wasn't used since the Weavers left.
Yes. So, who knows on that front? I believe this one is you.
Yes. Four brothers, Cygnus and Gron, elder overseers of the Deep Docks, responsible for the oversight and punishment of lesser workers. Lost in the madness of the haunting, they still commanded the endless excavation of their caves.
So
I really like these guys.
Yes, these guys are very cool. But don't feel guilty about killing them. This description basically lets you know that they're middle management, you know. So you gotta do what you gotta do. If they're in your way,
no, these
you
guys...
kill them. I don't have too many thoughts on other than, well, it is interesting. I mean, I don't remember seeing anything that would have made me personally think that they were taken over by the haunting. Other than the fact that you can't really talk to them, but Hornet's pretty convinced of it.
I mean, it seems as if her assumption is that anything that attacks her
is
because of the haunting.
It's because of the haunting. Now, we are just taking out everybody in their work staff, which I agree most middle management wouldn't care, but you know, if it's for literally murdering everybody in my work facility, at a certain point, they're my problem.
I mean, what are you talking about? When you sit on a bench, they come right back.
Yeah, they come back. Yeah. All right. Craglite, infant form of the more formidable Cragler. If left to grow, these young bugs will fight for dominance until only one remains. Which these are the offspring of that terrible creature that spits a lot of acid in our face. Now, what is interesting about this, do you know what's interesting about this? I should ask you first.
I did not see these at all in my playthrough.
Okay, so after you kill this guy, you can see his offspring come in that room. Okay. But it is interesting, in an old trailer where the coral place that became the Sands of Karak used to be just like a coral place, just in general, and you saw these enemies in the background. So these were sort of cut content that got repurposed. That would have originally been in the coral area. Which is super interesting. And man, if a DLC comes that adds additional dream worlds, maybe we'll see them in the coral area.
That'd be cool.
It is interesting looking back at some of the old trailer footage from years ago, and certain things that did not make it into the game or heavily got repurposed. Which actually, I think we see some of these where we see some creatures from this Still City. There used to be like a assassin enemy that would try to kill you in Still Soul, but it has not made its way into the game yet. Which is interesting.
Interesting. That sounds very intense, and I don't like the sound of that at all.
All right. Is this one of you? I think it is.
Yeah. Okay. Cragler, thick-bladed scuttler that prefers high places, holds an extensive supply of searing acid in the layered sac within its shell. The acid rains from its mouth upon any creature it sees as food, which is just very gross. But
which is interesting that it sees us, and the reason it's attacking us is not to protect its territory or anything. It's just hungry.
It sees us as food, man.
Either that, or this is another instance of Big Body must be an American. It is clearly just drink blindness. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
The brushflit. Tiny, timid creatures that huddle in flocks and flee at the first hint of danger. They call out to warn their fellows at the smallest sense of threat. A successful hunt here means staying silent and hidden right up until the decisive strike. You have to kind of go out of your way to kill these things. They're in
Which you
far
did.
fields. Yes, as you can see, I'm a true hunter. 235 out of 235. Don't
Are
have
there
too much-
235 entries?
There are 235 entries. Yes.
Dang. Okay, I didn't get it, like hardly any of these.
All right. This is you.
Furtid, Furtide. Skittish scrubbler of the far fields, its antenna resembles stalks of grass to aid in camouflage. It has no means to defend itself. Its only hope for survival is to be mistaken for a plant, which is very sad.
It is interesting, and it's also fascinating. This is another instance of a creature we see in Act 1, where Hornet specifically calls out that there are things in the game disguising as other things for their own safety and
Indeed.
protection. Which I wonder if that's just going to be a theme throughout. We're about to get to a very interesting entry. Okay. Flapping Furtid, docile bug whose wings mimic the grasses of the farfields, a common snack for larger predators. When roosting, it would look convincingly plant-like. In flight, its bulbous body quickly ruins the ruse. Hornet, I'm sorry, okay? Like, this thing is not fat, okay? I understand that we're saying it... No, but it is
It's just a
interesting.
common theme, man.
Yeah, it is interesting
Body shaming.
that these things sort of just have, like, a black face. Like, they don't have masks at all that they're wearing, which is interesting, unlike a lot of these
No,
bugs.
they don't.
But
they are disguised as grass.
But they are disguised as grass. But it is interesting. They don't really...
They don't attack you either.
Yeah, they don't attack you at all. They're one of the few enemies in the game that I think just purely hit you by happenstance.
Which,
Okay.
it's interesting. Oh, yes.
We got an interesting one coming up.
Fourth chorus. Towering iron automaton. Driven by rotor and cog. A terrifying achievement of Farlam to build and construct so large and yet so nimble.
So this
Which
is
it's such a
fascinating.
cool design.
And the fact that there is... So this is the fourth chorus. We do see some other ones later on in the Underworks that were either being... Well, actually... Hold on. I forgot a small detail. I don't know if in the Underworks you saw the ones... you saw the other ones of these, right? That were sort of by the 12th Architect. Did you try to play Needlein by them?
I thought I did, but maybe I did not.
Their eyes would glow and you could see the butterflies as you sing, and it's honestly really creepy. But with the White Ward, I think the implication is some of these silk experiments, like, these bugs were turned into very small creatures of silk, and this one has a lot of butterflies come out of it once you destroy it, which is very interesting because whenever you think of something mechanical, you think of something that isn't full of life, but I think that this is very much organic life that was taken over by Silk too.
It also notably has features that are very similar to Grandmother Silk.
It does.
Specifically, like the lower half. I mean, I guess it would generally be. It even looks like it has a crown on.
It does look like it has a crown on.
Way.
Also, looking at sort of the bottom of its legs, it's interesting that it almost looks like coral, which I would think that this has nothing to do with the sands of Karak at all. But it is interesting. Because I don't think that looks like anything in Farfields where we find it.
No. It is interesting. So it seems as if, too, like, Lace seemingly stabbed it or deactivated it whenever she fought us, and went this way.
Yes, because it is not initially aggressive towards us. However, I don't know if you know the alternate explanation, because I've heard that theory, but there is a more interesting theory. that is out there. Do
Oh,
you know the more interesting
what
theory
is it?
about it? So,
I do not.
it is noted that the bugs in the Citadel were trained in combat by the Pinstresses, which they later turned on. And we know the one there did not want its ire. But what happened the first time we went through? There was nothing about our cloak that was odd, but then the Pinstress modified our cloak. What if it was after the Pinstress and their work and their scent changed how we smelt, and it activated this robot because we were not the target, but in fact it was the Pinstresses.
Oh, interesting.
That's
not
just
sure.
that's,
We
that's just
know-
amusing. That's just amusing, but it is a potential theory out there.
We know, I saw this being pointed out, that there's a structure in Biowater where we find, I think, the souls, that looks very similar to a Pinstress hut.
Yes.
But it's very much destroyed, which I guess assumes that Grandmother Silk potentially went after them, potentially maybe for the maybe, you know, rejecting the teachings or something similar to some of the other things, because we know that the people, the Cruel the Great was in cahoots with the snail shamans.
Yes, we do.
But
We do know. We do know that, and I
potentially
do
the
think
Weavers.
Yes. It is interesting. And the Pinstress we're talking about in Biowater, I'm pretty sure that is just one of the Pinstresses. They just happen to be dead at the time that this game is taking place.
Yes. Which is very interesting. It would be interesting to see which one of these characters are inverses of the Hollow Knight characters, because I've seen several things that seem to indicate that they do have counterparts.
Well, I don't know if counterparts necessarily. Well, I mean, they do parallel a lot the Nell Masters in Hollow Knight, but here you only have one train you directly. Because in Hollow Knight, there's
Yes.
the brothers Mato, Shio, and Oro, who all teach you different Nell arts, which is
Sure.
definitely interesting. It also makes me somewhat hopeful with the Dead Pinstress in a DLC that could be a possible dream spot, maybe, where maybe you could get some insight into what Biowater might have looked like whenever it did genuinely seem enchanting. Though that's probably a stretch. It is an interesting thought, though. But yeah, okay, I think we can move on from this now. Scarlid, small burrowing ant, servant to the larger Scar.
And the
Scar Singer, which we did not have any idea what the Scar would be before Act 3. These bugs work mainly as finders and foragers for the warriors of their tribe. Combat has not long been their nature, which is interesting. And it specifically doesn't mention anything of the haunting here, which I think, like,
no, it does not.
You could maybe with how
they don't
much
immediately attack you.
They don't immediately attack you. Well, it's also one of those things where music sort of like quells Grandmother Silk too, and with the Scar Singer, I would wonder if her singing would provide protection to her tribe.
Well, I think that generally the three kingdoms, or like the four kingdoms technically, besides the Verdania,
Yes.
because that one very much was judged by Grandmother Silk. I think the other three kingdoms, I'm not sure if they were like ravaged in the same way, or if it was a result of the Citadel. That's the timeline is something that's interesting. I'm curious about the fact that Scar Singer is still alive, and that her tribe does seem to like still exist, although it seems as if I'm not sure how much
she's
devotion she has.
Yeah, she's the only heart boss. other than the one that's not part of the main quest storyline, that is alive. Because the other two that it marks on your map are very much dead, which is interesting.
Yes. Which is interesting, yeah.
Okay, I think we can move on. Okay.
Scarwing, darting predator that clings fast to roofs and outcrops, often summoned to aid its larger companions. They would make effective hunting companions, though even without the haunting, I suspect their loyalty would always remain to their clan. So that one does mention the haunting.
It does mention the haunting, but Hornet's almost saying, I think regardless of whether or not it was haunted or not, it would still be aggressive towards me. Or at least that's how I read it. Which it seems like she's unsure there. The Scar Scout, young ant hunter wielding sickles carved from teeth, will often call for aid if danger comes close. Despite their youth, they are impressive opponents. It seems likely their tribe were trained for combat from birth. Which is interesting considering how some of these things mimic verb movement quite a lot. Like, they are natural hunters, and I think their movesets intentionally mimic Hornets, especially with the Hunter's Crest, in a way that will have you just naturally draw that comparison.
Oh yeah, that is really cool.
Then this one's you.
Scar Stalker, skilled an ant hunter bearing blade and armor fashioned from bone. Fierce, strong, and disciplined, yet these qualities do not protect them from the haunting. Is such a fate inevitable in these lands?
It is interesting. I said this one she's very convinced is haunted. I don't know if I agree with Hornet's conclusion here. I don't think that they are haunted.
Well, we know because they definitely can be taken over by the void.
They definitely
which does require
yeah.
Which does require them to be taken over by Silk.
Yeah, I suppose so. But having some Silk in you, I don't necessarily. I don't think that alone means that like we're being controlled with the haunting.
Yeah. And also we don't know how specific the will of Grandmother Silk is, besides trying to kill you. You know?
Yeah. We do not know. That is very true. Okay, Spear Scar, winged ant hunter that strikes from the air with its bone lance. In my youth, I envied all bugs with wings. I even fancied I might grow a pair. I have since learned better, accept the limitations of one's body, and augment with tools as needed. So, this is very interesting, and I think probably, this makes a lot of sense, considering she was trained in the hive. And I guess it really goes to show how much she saw Vespa as a mentor, because she thought she would grow her own wings.
That is adorable, actually. It's really cute.
It's such interesting characterization too, which I really love how they're doing this in the journal. I will let you. If you are a braver man than I am, this dude did this without Dash his first time, so it's only fitting that you take this one.
Scargar, a huge and hunter tasked to protect the stores and passages of its tribe. Theirs is the perfect shell for their duty, a wall of a warrior and an adept fighter. If I hope to claim their treasures, I must bring my best. Indeed, you must, because these guys
will give you
without a fight.
Time. It is interesting too that they're wearing a mask that it very much makes me think of Bone Bottom, which it makes sense with the proximity. I wonder if these skulls are just like carved skulls that you do see in Bone Bottom. I think that would make a lot of sense.
That is interesting.
Okay. I don't think you've seen this one.
I have not.
Gur the Outcast, huge yet stealthy Scar, an expert trapper and master of the undergrowth. His tracks and traps, it should have been obvious from the start. This old hunter sought to draw me in, but what reason drove him to test himself so brutally? That answer, I suspect, I shall never know. So this guy, whenever you fight him, you see that he has trapped and basically killed a lot of creatures sort of as trophies. in the little area that you go to fight him, which is interesting.
Interesting. His mask also is very similar to ours in a way, like the front of it, not without the horns, but like
which
the
honestly,
shape of it reminds me of it.
I'm just so surprised I didn't pay too much attention to throughout my playthrough, because in Hollow Knight you have Quirrell, who literally is wearing like a Monomon mask on top of his head that like really it's surprising I didn't pay more attention considering Hollow Knight. Okay, this one is for you.
Last Claw. Elite former hunter acting as the final line of defense before their mother. Their skill once saw them chosen, and I can plainly see why. They would have lived and trained only for this duty. Again,
yes, just very, very interesting.
Just immediately paralleling the Weavers. The fact that it specifically refers to them as chosen.
Yes, it is interesting, for sure. And then we have, I don't remember what you were calling them. Scarsinger, which is it's very interesting. But the Gagar is the singer part, which
it's not that hard to say.
Scarsinger Carmelita, Song Queen of the Scar, and their most talented warrior. This graceful ruler once possessed skill to rival my own. At her youthful peak, her voice united all Scar in her service. So her voice did, I don't know if controlled, it commanded everybody in this army very well.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's implying that like she had like mind control over them. I don't think so necessarily.
I think it's more so. I mean, would it be fair to say she's a higher being?
I don't know if she's a... So with the hearts, that's a good question. I really don't know the answer to that. You know, it's very interesting too with how she looks in the real world compared to how she is in the dream. Well, we do know that Hornet recognizes her as a worthy rival, at least in her youth, which I don't think we hear too often. We hear some things about difficulty, but being like, yeah, she rivals my own power. I don't think we get too often. She could be a higher being.
It's interesting though the fact that she's referred to as Song Queen, because the Citadel is called the Citadel of Song, and it seems as if like the hearts are being like mimicked to be in service for the Pale Queen. So I wonder if in some way that she was potentially either like I don't know if they like gracefully transitioned over power to the Pale Queen or if the Pale Queen kind of just left them alone. I don't know exactly what the kind of hierarchy was before the things went bad.
I don't know. I guess it's also worth pointing out that she is one of the ones that is pointed out to you on the map. So this idea that the hearts are supposed to mimic the threefold melody is probably at least a theory, at the very least, worth investigating.
Well, the reason that I mention it is because, like, the cogwork dancers are the ones that are a part of the song, and then you have the three ones, but they aren't necessarily a part of the threefold melody. Yes. In the same way that the clover dancers are not a part of the threefold melody in the hearts for the hearts, but they are ones that you can go and discover. So it's like even them and their dance is represented as having some sort of significance or power to the queen. Enough for the Weavers to create mimics of them.
Yeah, it is interesting. I do wonder what the community sentiment for these hearts and whether or not they're higher beings are. Because for me, it's maybe. I mean, out of them all, Carmelita definitely seems like the one that seems the closest just with her power level.
Yeah. I would be curious. Well, actually, you know what? We do know that these are higher beings. You know why? because literally, and we'll get there, but the uh, Nihilith, or what was it called?
Yeah, Nightliff.
The Nihilith is referred to as being the creator of Shellwood, being the ones who created life in that area.
Yes.
And so, like, so in the same way that the higher being of Un created the wildlife of and growth of Greenpath. So I think it would have to be some sort of higher being, maybe definitely not a pale being, because those seem like even higher, but definitely higher beings. Like, I wonder too if higher beings are in subjection in some way to pale beings.
They very well might be. Don't know. It's definitely an interesting lore question. I will say with Nihilith, yeah, calling them a higher being is a lot easier considering they are responsible for all the growth there. Okay, is this me or you? I don't remember.
It's fine. Okay. Might. Verminous pest, common throughout the dark corners of Grey Moor. Individually, they offer little challenge, but their numbers are surely vast, and most remain hidden. These things are just a pest.
Yeah, they're just rats in New York, you know? You try not to acknowledge their existence. You need to raise taxes to increase, like, pest control. But other than that, not really worth mentioning. Okay, Flutter Mite. Airborne pests less common than its grounded siblings. Attacks with sharp fangs if agitated. Similar bugs would gnaw away at unguarded food supplies in my homeland. As a child, I would hunt them down, eager to make use of myself and test my skills. So I wouldn't say there's necessarily anything interesting about this guy, but it is interesting that she mentions going after bugs in her homeland that were sort of simple prey. But, yeah, I think
you're actually real quick. I'm gonna go. I've got laundry I gotta pick up real quick.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for joining.
I'll be back.
Oh, you'll be back. Okay. I will go ahead and continue reading through some of these. Okay, so
just
my
catch me up if anything.
Yes, I will. Age female might grown larger and stronger than most of its kin. Poor of sight but possessing a keen sense of smell, it uses its bulk to charge at foreign scents, remaining fierce so far into old age is an admirable trait. Which, I mean, that's interesting. We get another instance of motherhood. But other than that, I don't think it's too interesting. Dragcatcher. Bug charge to catch dregs of silk that fall from the citadel. Will attack with its staff if provoked. These bugs look to have spent every waking moment of at their work. Grim, endless labor in service of the unseen citadel above. Which I suppose, that would make me think that the things that look like rain in Grey Moor is just falling silk. Okay, Silk Snipper. Scissors-wielding bug charged to cut and spool fallen dregs of silk for return to the citadel above. Is it the haunting that drove them to cackling madness, or was it their unending toil the cause even before that? It's an interesting thought. Another creature that isn't wearing a mask, too, which is interesting. It is also interesting. I mean, I'm thinking of the Father of the Flame a little bit with how their hat looks. But they're... Oh, Bugsidon! Everybody's favorite. Dreadraker. Tall bug charged to pile silk dregs in preparation for respooling. Their sharp rakes now double equally well as a stabbing weapon. There seem a sad, grueling task serving their lifetime for a citadel unseen. Which is, it's interesting. I think this basically, just confirms that the thing that looks like rain in Grey Moor is just silk falling from the citadel. Okay, now we have this guy, which, caused nobody any issues whatsoever. I do know that. Everybody is just like, this is probably the easiest boss in the game. Moorwing! wing might be spread large to catch workers who once tried to flee their task. With its wranglers long dead, the Moorwing stalked the towers of Greymore, feasting on passing pilgrims and tenders alike. Which is interesting, and I guess we can run through
I am back.
Greymore real quick. It is interesting. So what we were reading, so what looks like rain that is falling with the journal entries related to Greymore and the enemies herein. It definitely makes you think that a lot of the stuff that looks like rain could be fallen silk from the Citadel that these people were tasked with gathering, which might be more so what the windmills are about, which is interesting.
That is interesting. Huh.
Because you would think, like, you just think rain, but no, this seems to be fallen silk from the Citadel.
Which is interesting.
It is.
That's
it is
still
definitely interesting. It is still fall. Well, and these it basically mentioned all like the bugs that are a little bit more advanced were charged with basically respooling these things for the Citadel's purposes for the city above that for them remained unseen. But that is the main thing that you missed.
Okay.
Which
that is interesting.
Think
also,
is interesting.
Moorwing.
Yes, Moorwing
being a bug that is tasked with catching workers who try to flee from their task is interesting.
It also sort of recontextualizes maybe why he's wearing what he's wearing. Maybe some of these workers that were trying to unionize made him blind by covering his face up, and he just couldn't get rid of the mask.
Dang, that's rough.
Never try to unionize, kids. Remember that.
No, Moorwing is just literally like one of the Inquisitors. If we're talking about like ancient, like historical Catholicism, nah, he's just an Inquisitor. He's like,
yes.
What would you? Excuse me, young bug. What were you doing outside trying to run away from your work?
Basically.
You're gonna have to come with me.
Okay, this is your turn now.
Wisp, short-lived sprite, born of flickering flame. To live only a single bright moment, what would one feel? Is it glorious or only despair? Or could it be both, mixed equal? That's fascinating. What?
I don't necessarily know what to think of that other than maybe hornets recognizing mortality of other bugs and really like dwelling on what it would be like to be them.
Well, a short-lived sprite. Oh yeah, because it's a wisp. Yeah, duh. So wisps are like little spirits.
Yeah. And you find these in the wisp thicket above Greymore.
Which it makes sense then how they were like planning on trying to. It's interesting that the boss of this area is called what is it? The Eternal Flame?
Father of the Flame, I believe.
Father of the Flame. Interesting. We finally get a father figure. He finally came back with the milk.
Finally. Yes. No, it is interesting, and we're very close to him.
Also, wait, are those coverings not very similar to the pin makers?
Those coverings, or are you talking about the wisp or this?
Yeah, the burning bug.
The burning bug.
And the father of the bug.
Well, we'll go to the father of the flame in a moment, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, so the burning bug, many-legged insect fanatically obsessed with flame. These ones somehow learnt to call and guide the scorching wisps that share their thicket. Whether through dominance or reverence is unclear. So I guess, it's an interesting question of whether or not this is something they willed because they've basically taken them over through devotion. Don't know. And unfortunately, we do know one thing. None of this relates to Grim.
Ah, man.
Okay, this one is here.
Father of the Flame. Totem and god built and worshipped by the burning bugs. The remains of an aged bug were housed at the pyre's heart. The structure suggests they wish for immolation. If so, I've seen their wish granted.
Well, that is nice, you know. This boss is definitely a little bit strange. I mean, he summons the wisps that are living things. I don't know too much what to say about him, really.
Totem and god, interesting. So it's like inhabitation of this idol.
Yeah, I don't.
Strange for sure.
It is definitely strange, and it's in such a secret area too. So I don't know how this relates to the greater world. Okay, we got the Craw, screeching scavenger that roosts high in caverns and preys on passing pilgrims. By this swooping menace, a simple bug could be easily overcome. More dangerous still, they rarely attack alone. So they do attack in packs. It is interesting that this is one of the few enemies that aren't pilgrims that do drop rosaries, these bird enemies, and it's because they're stealing them from the pilgrims.
Dang. I do wonder though, like, what are they? Because like, I guess we're gonna find out because I haven't faced the boss. But I wonder because they're related to the pin makers because they got the at least the pins. I guess they could have stolen those.
They could have stolen them, so it is interesting. I don't know. I believe this is Rurs.
No, but the fact that they sent us a message shows that they're intelligent.
They are intelligent, for sure.
Rag-winged adult crawl bug bearing a scavenged pen. So scavenge. So they did like scavenge it. They didn't necessarily steal it, but they picked it up. Far more hostile than their younger companions, but seemingly less likely to roam far from their nest.
Okay, so that is interesting. Okay, and then we have Primal Aspids. Oh, I mean, Squat Craw. Stout adults. Crawl bug bearing several short pins. A cowardly sort. They will try to remain at range to throw their sharp weapons. Best to rush them down and cut quick. And I know that you really love these bugs. I think they're probably your favorite in the game.
I mean, now they are.
Yes,
because
for sure.
I can kill them very easily.
You can kill them very easily.
Juror. Draw a juror. Screeching, scavenged, dyed black in mourning at their land's collapse. Huh. Weak, afraid, and aware of the imminent end. I understand their desperation, but my death will not prevent the coming fall.
Yes.
So I'm guessing these are like specific.
These are in Act 3, and basically they see the Void Land and they become emo.
A lot of them do that. It's like, man, Trobio I thought was the only one.
No, Trobio's not the only one. Tall Crawl Jur, Elder Crawl Bug serving in a sacred ceremony. Curiosity saw me answer their summons, but I shall not allow them to stall me long. I must work fast to fix my grand mistake. So, these you fight in the gauntlet before you fight the boss. But they are very similar just to their other counterparts.
Short Elder, Scrot Craw Juror. Short Elder Crawbearer eagerly serve in their courts. So this is like a court. They seek to slay their only chance at survival. Alas, any words would fall useless. I've only my blade to offer a response. So they literally like sent a court summons? That's what that was?
Apparently so. It is mainly just a boss though, gameplay-wise. Crawfather.
Oh, and another father.
Yes, apparently they do exist. Lord and Justice of Farloom's Craws delivers death to condemned bugs with his still-pleated beak. Did he recognize my part played in this land's void-strung state? If so, perhaps his judgment was not unfair. To these bugs I have brought much destruction. Which, it's
getting
interesting
some
to speculate whether or not they are aware of how responsible we are.
I mean, just look at him. He looks very knowledgeable about what's going on.
Yes, he does look very knowledgeable. I would elect him to my Congress.
What are you doing with that hair, though, man? Like,
you
dang.
know, I'd be the pot calling the kettle black, but yeah. If you need to say something about it, best you are the one to do so.
I mean, it's I'll move on.
Yes.
Muck maggot. Mindless infant larvae coated in thick slime. They cling fast to the shells of other bugs, destroying any hope for concentration or comfort.
Yeah.
That sounds like from experience, which
and yeah, I mean, the maggot water is definitely not something that I enjoyed. It is very tough. I guess it's nothing compared to getting infected by a parasite, but it is still pretty bad. Younger form of a muck roach. Attacks prey by leaping from the water and snapping with its flexible jaws. We see these in biowater, the slubberlug. These creatures look to have been bred deliberately in watery pens. If they are food to be, their scent suggests they must taste vile. So these were basically bred for food in biowater.
Man, I feel like that's a lot of animals in Center's Road and like biowater and stuff.
Yeah.
Interesting. Muck roach. I hate these things. Starved pack bug with an insatiable appetite. Despite their tough hide and pungent meat, roaches breed rapidly, so are sometimes farmed for food. A revolting creature, my shell itches at their presence. In the pens where their numbers grow vast, I am forever on edge. Yeah.
Which she's acknowledging the difficulty yet again. Team Cherry knows what they are doing. The bloat roach. Oh my god. Obese offshoot of muck roaches. Born of the Citadel's exhaust smog. The winged roach's sagging stomach is filled with sizzling bile. Its form is absurd. Surely it should not be able to hold itself in the air, Hornet being judgmental about people slightly overweight again. The noxious gases in its stomach must provide its levity.
Which is just... It is very... It's very gross.
Yes, it is very, very gross. And it is interesting that these things are offshoots of the muck roach.
Also, are they also covered by moss?
Sort of looks like it. I mean, it looks like the other things in biowater, whatever they're covered with.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, true. Road catchers? Roach catcher. Short, nimble bug who uses barbed bullets to keep beasts quarreled and caged. Their throwing weapon is well suited to the wide caverns they inhabit. These sly little bugs must have keen claw for crafting. So they're farming Center's Road for food for the Citadel, right?
I mean, I guess that would be the implication, considering they're taking... Which it's amazing that they can take a muck roach in a fight just in general. But they're keeping them caged and for food, yes. I think that is the implication. Okay.
Which is very disgusting.
Then we have the roach feeder. Tall roach tender charged to feed muck roaches on a lean diet of maggot gruel. The feeder's curled pen looks designed to keep ravenous roaches at bay and the tinder from turning into the mill. Which I guess just shows you how dangerous of a task they have.
Yeah.
More than anything.
Roach keeper. Grizzled older roach, tender-weighted with a lasso of heavy chains. Though their mind is largely lost, their skill with the chain has not been forgotten. Does the hunting eternally bind a bug to the task it had in life? Hornet, again with the trauma.
So it is interesting. So this comes much later in the game, and her views on it is evolving, because before she was saying it with certainty, and now she's asking it almost like it's a question. Like, is that what it
Again,
does?
I think that she is, like, the fact that like she fully like, I like this because it's like it's almost going with the point of view that you would have with the story being presented so far. That's what I love about Act 1 and 2. Acts 1 and 2 completely mislead you on what the story is. And then Act 3
so
completely it's so good because it's like, why suddenly in my story about corrupt religion and faith do we have the main villain suddenly concerned with the life of her daughter? What is happening?
Yeah, you are completely right.
So it's like it does immediately just change your point of view, which I love.
It's so
much.
fun how you see it happening through the journal very slowly too. Like she's just as much on this journey as we are. Okay, so now we have
with the
yes. With our trauma. The roach server. Brutish cook responsible for dicing muck roach's meat into edible portions. Could their actions be called skill? I see only a crude mangling of meat, yet I wonder, before the haunting snared, their minds, was it any different? So,
asking a lot of questions.
This is another example of her questioning. Like, are they just doing what they were doing before, or are things changing?
Yeah.
Which is interesting that it happens back to back.
It's also interesting. Apparently, if you don't fight Lace, Lace appears at the entrance of Center's Road, which is kind of interesting because the fact that she would take Center's Road to get to the Citadel makes me wonder if she wanted to visit Phantom.
It would seem that way. And also, I guess that also recontextualizes the butterflies with her fight, because they would be the easiest way for her to be led to her brother.
Yeah.
Which is just an interesting side thought. Okay. You
got
this
Chef Luigiola. Once exalted chef, exiled from the Citadel for repeated culinary crimes. Returned to their home caves, this chef continued to devise delicacies too repulsive for any buck still sane. I love that.
Yes, it is very funny. I don't know if you know the fan name for this boss. I've heard the community is calling this boss Fat Ass Gem. As
that's funny.
As the nickname.
I like that.
But yeah, this boss was just a pain. That's the only thing I can really say about it. This boss, I am glad that he helped me get a Nell upgrade, but I would never. I would rather eat Papyrus's cooking. Okay.
I completely forgot I also did this boss.
Yes. I don't think it took you very long, because I think, like me, you also fought it pretty late in the game. Okay.
Yeah.
The Wraith. Anguished specter of lingering dread. Despite its... Bear with me, I don't know how to pronounce this word. Ephemeral nature, strong strikes can dispel the Wraith for a time. Not a bug, but a projection of another's will cast in smog and silk.
Oh, interesting.
So, not a bug, which is interesting. A projection of another's will cast in smog and silk. So, you do wonder, because it looks like Phantom. It also is not a bug, which makes you wonder if this was like a more archaic form of like trying to create a being like Lace.
Yeah. And a Wraith is an interesting descriptor, because that has a lot of like significance in like cultural zeitgeist of mythology, because a Wraith is like a soulless creature.
Yeah,
which is interesting.
It is definitely very interesting. But yeah, the fact that they look like Phantom is the most interesting thing about their design.
Which it's interesting. I wonder if it seems as if, and this is something that I think is is part of the thing that's recontextualized as you think about it. It seems as if the silk in itself can be bent to other people's wills. Like we see that,
Like the Widow, for example.
like Widow seems to have been like her song was stringing up the bugs because we know that that was not Grandmother Silk because whenever we defeated Widow, that went away. When Lace,
it's interesting with Widow specifically.
Yes,
it's strong enough that we get caught in the dread too, like with the little secrets.
Yeah, no, for sure. But it's interesting because it's like, Lace also seemingly has hold with it being made from it, so it's like she has a direct connection to her mother in that. And it seems as if whenever she meets with us, it almost seems like her grandmother Silk like screeches and more silk comes down, but that's not until after Lace comes and speaks with us. So it makes me wonder if like Lace was the one who activated that, but it's like her grandmother Silk had to like send the silk and thread down. Because like if grandmother Silk wanted to, she could have covered everything with silk. Like we know that could. But she would have died. She wouldn't have survived.
That's true. That's true.
But she could have done that. But it doesn't seem to be her intention. And then again, this is another example with Phantom of like another person's will being sewn into the thread, being used, which is interesting.
It for sure. Okay, this is Vio.
Mothleaf Lagnia, a rare calmer bug of biowater, survives its hazardous environment by hiding as a plant. This one is pretty, but not as soft as first it seems. The plant it mimics is flaked and coarse, and the bug's coat shares similar texture. It's just so cute.
It is like interesting. Yeah, she's just like, I want to pet everything,
Hornet's just like, why can't you just be soft? But also, if you are soft, you're fat.
Yes, you are fat. She'd be the type that if she found a partner, she would fatten him up, talk about how cute it is, but also make fun of him for being morbidly obese. And he only actually weighs like 180 pounds being 6 foot, which is like not bad at all.
No.
Okay, the Myrmite. Crawling insect with a sizzling bile sac in its abdomen. The dread of its exploding rear is an effective deterrent to predators, but the slightest jolt or fall can cause its premature end.
It also seems to be able to reform.
It is able to reform. It's one of the rare enemies that just come back naturally very quickly. Which we do not see too many of those in the game.
Yes. Swamp Squaw. Plentiful, what a name. Plentiful passed with a sharp proboscis and belly full of bile. More dangerous in the moment of its explosive and corrosive death than it ever was in life. Yeah, these things aren't too bad.
Yeah, she's just... Okay, and the next thing is the Thing of Nightmares. Scarier than everything in Little Nightmares Stream. The Spit Square.
She has a lot to say about this.
I don't want to get political. But okay, hovering pest with a hollowed proboscis. I need to look up that word. I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what that means. Able to spit gobs of sizzling bile to subsist on the sickly water in this fetid environment. It spits out the most toxic elements over generations. This former survival technique has turned into an effective hunting tool. So it's like it's attacking us, but it also needs this to clear its like maggot infested water, which is interesting.
Yeah,
but I want to stop looking at this thing as fast as possible. Okay.
Oh, it's worse. It keeps getting worse. It's still good. Cunning bugs that hunt with darts fashioned from steak and bile. They know well their domain, lurking in wait in its byways and bogs, always ready to pounce. Yes, they do, and it sucks.
And they are one of the most annoying creatures in the game. Okay, and then we have the Stilken Trapper. I think we only see them in Grohl's Gauntlet, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't think that we really see them anywhere else in Biowater.
They have a chance. They have a chance to spawn sometimes outside of it, in the same way that the other guy does.
Okay. A trap-setting bug carrying a pouch of sharpened long stakes. More bother than the bug themselves are the countless traps they have already laid throughout their caves. So these are the guys that have done all the traps in Biowater itself, not just like the spears they throw at you, like the ball spike change and the spears, I guess they all set up. Which, it's interesting world building that we know these are the ones doing it. And then we have this guy.
Grohl the Great. It's just that there's a lot of interesting things with this guy. Grohl the Great, chief and chaplain of the Stilken, forever raging against the citadel that chokes their caves and sees them suffer. This one's strength was much enhanced by stolen soul. They are not the first who try to hoard it, or to mold it towards such violent ends. She directly references the Soul Sanctum in reference to this guy who looks very similar. That's interesting.
It is very interesting. It is also fascinating that I think is it the Seeker Soul that we get from this guy? Like, you can see the shaman like hung up their dead body, which is very fascinating, implying that the Snell shaman was trying to work with Grohl the Great and ended up getting betrayed, which I always wonder how directly aggressive the Snell shamans ever were against the Citadel itself, considering that all of them have dialogue about being in hiding and waiting, which is definitely interesting.
It seems like they're the type that is much more. It seems like whenever I look at the snail shamans, it seems like they look for others to do their dirty work, but it seems like they may have had a history of violence of some kind. Because like with the shell shaman, their whole thing's built of bones in a similar way to the Citadel. You know.
Yes, that is true. Even in the ancestral mound from Hollow Knight, which I think you would remember, where you get vengeful spirits, it's just littered in skulls, which is interesting. Which I guess,
and now we know why.
We do know why. I also wonder, I guess the little skull that he's wearing on top of his head could be a memento from the Snell shaman he was working with before he betrayed them.
That would be pretty bad.
That would be pretty bad. Okay, the Barnock, or as I call them, my elevators. Toothy growth that lives on cave roofs, wraps wayward bugs with its long tongue and drags them up to be consumed. Hiding its tongue amongst fronds so similar, there is impressive style to this one's trickery. So she is impressed. I am too, because it sometimes kills these things.
Yeah.
Which is really cool, just for the record.
I do like
that you can see it killing its fellow bugs. But yeah, I don't have too much to say about it, other than that one secret area is very sneaky with you having to get trapped by these guys.
Oh yeah.
Okay, this is
don't
you.
Make me do it. That sucker. Which I hate that name. I don't like that name. Suction, it keeps getting worse. Creatures surviving on the thick slime and goes escape. I'm sorry. I can't take that. This mindless bug seems to sense only through its tendrils. Yet despite that simplicity, it's still... I don't like any of these words. A serious threat. Okay,
yes.
Move on.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know we'd get such a visceral reaction from that one. So this is interesting that this is the placement of this, because I guess you could theoretically go to Biowater before you enter Shellwood.
Yeah, I think that it's just like general area.
Yeah. Well, if you go to the right of Greymore, So I'm guessing the next thing. Well, we didn't see the things.
If you go up to Center's Road.
Yeah.
I guess this would be going like outside of the Biowater, going back, and then going to Shellwood.
Yeah, so, okay. The pond skipper. Hard-shelled insect common upon the surface of Shellwood Pond. Once a staple food for passing pilgrims. Which, I mean, makes sense with their lack of aggression, and you see well, that'll come up in a second. The way they skate along the water surface is so elegant. Surely it is a skill that can be learned. When time permits, I should attempt the task. And I know this is out there. This is a Christ allegory. Hornets ready to walk on water.
Oh my gosh. Yes, I see it. She's the chosen one.
And then we have these guys.
Pond catcher. Old catcher over Shellwood's pond, bearing a long pen, stricken by the hunting. Once a hunter purely for food, now they hunt, unthinking and unending.
Yes, which I guess are the natural predators to these things, which makes sense. Then we have the Shellwood knot, tiny soft creature that armors itself using the hard, hollowed growths of Shellwood. If the woody hide is shattered, the bug will still bravely, foolishly try to attack. Which, yeah, we do see these are like just tiny green creatures inside of this hardened shell. And then we have these.
Wood wasp, pointed and darting insect that builds a hardy hive from Shellwood's dried bark. Destroying the hives will limit their presence in the woods. Useful to me now, as I pass along the branches. Dangerous in time for the wood's order. Even a small disruption can tip a fragile balance.
So Hornet's canonically an environmentalist. Wow, this game really is woke.
No, she isn't. She literally destroys everything.
Yeah. So what?
And all
what is
the endings.
Yeah, so what? So what's interesting about this is these creatures are protecting the polyparts, which we do know that the creature for the Chapel of the Witch wants, which is just a small connection.
Specifically for the venom.
Yes, which it's just a very interesting connection that they protect the polyparts. Which I wonder if this is like a bee situations where maybe they create the polyparts, or if they're just protecting.
Yeah, them. It could be like a nectar or something like that.
Yes.
I don't know. It is interesting that it's poisonous. It kind of reminds me of like the druid who also uses like poison berries.
Mm-hmm.
It is
that just makes sense. It's your turn, I believe, right?
Splinter, insect formed to imitate a branch capable of remaining perfectly still for long periods, but unexpectedly swift when roused. Avoiding their ambush is a good test of my senses and my ability to rapidly retaliate.
It is good. They are very fun to parry if you can get it off. Okay, then we have Splinterhorn. Insect formed to imitate a branch borne with sharp, retractable horns atop its head. Its shell gives it the advantage of surprise, but also forces it into a slender, brittle shape that cannot withstand a heavy attack.
Ah.
And then we have these fun things.
Splinter bark. Winged insect with flaky shell that perfectly mimics its environment. Its assault, like a young bug's toy turned deadly, could I, in time, fashion a spinning tool to match.
Which is just goes to show her ingenuity a little bit more. And now we have this thing. Sister Splinter.
Yes.
Imposing old insect nesting in the heights of Shellwood. Her command of twig and branch ensured no pilgrim ever survived within her territory. This one lived long and fed much. The wood will be much safer for their slaying. It is interesting that she's protecting a weaver structure, too. Which I do wonder if that's just happenstance. Or if she had a connection to the weavers.
It seems as if she does, because like the weavers directly sent her a message telling her to stop feeding on the pilgrims.
Yes.
Which is interesting.
It definitely is interesting.
How do you pronounce that?
Fascia? I don't know.
Fascia? Drifting bug disguised as a flower disperses crackling clouds of pollen if threatened. Quite a beautiful creature. In my own kingdom's court, it would have been highly favored as an ornamental pet. She just wants to pet it.
She just wants pets. It is... So there's another instance of the game telling you, hey, another thing's disguising itself as something, which I mean, I guess you know. Well, it's I just assumed that these were flowers, but it is interesting that they are not flowers with sentience. They are just using it as mere camouflage. And then we have the Pollencia, floral foe that reacts instinctively to movement nearby, spits pellets of crackling pollen that bursts on impact. What exceptional senses it possesses! It detects me with ease, even when not a single sound is made. That just sounds like she's upset.
Yeah. Gala.
Agala!
Gala. Floral foe with a core shaped to mimic a mask. The core can be thrust forth to bludgeon unwary bugs. And also, this is another mimic.
Yes,
the false mask alone is frightening enough to scare away smaller pests.
It is interesting how many things it mentions, like, mimicking. And I wonder if this would have shaped my theory crafting had I, like, read the Hunter's Journal throughout my play. Like, I opened it every now and then, but I made a point not to read it so that I could go through everything. Oh, and now we have, this one. Shrine Guardian Seth. Eternal Defender of Shellwood Shrine. His pin and symbol show many marks of their use. He offered fair warning and challenge, a duel in the purest sense. I admire his honor and his skill. I mean, it's a really cool fight. It is cool that you get to see him at Fleetopia later on, too, after the fight.
Yeah, I'm excited to go back there. Nihilith. Ancient heart of Shellwood, connected to all its living things. So confirming she is definitely a higher being. Her presence would once have maintained the wood's fragile order, allowing the safe passage of bugs across its branches. Interesting, that's in direct dichotomy to Sister Splinter.
Yeah,
so
it is interesting, and I'm also thinking about, like, the world map. You know, is it possible there was a time where the Blasted Steppes was also part of Shellwood? Or I guess the Blasted... It could also be part of the, like, Coral Tower that used to be in the Sands of Karak. But I'm thinking to myself, like, the area where you find Nihilith is so close to the Grand Gate that it suggests to me at one point Shellwood was much bigger than what we see in game.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think that's very possible.
Yeah, but it is interesting. And now we have the Bellheart creatures.
Sure.
Let's see here.
I think it's yours.
Oh, it's mine. Okay. Sorry. We do enough yapping that I lose track of who's supposed to do it. Okay. Burrower that nests in the bell vein and seeks out hard bells to protect its soft body. I would very much like to feel their soft fur if only they weren't so hostile.
The obsession is real. Winged form. Furred bug beneath a heavy bell. It has grown too large to burrow, but in maturing has developed small wings. Huge and soft, a fantastic combination ruined by the haunting aggression. Huge and soft.
It is so hilarious that she... And I don't know if you've seen the meme, but, like, you know, the Einstein meme about, like, the greater the mass, the more the attraction. People have made that before in relation to this, which is really funny. And now we have this very interesting creature that is no way, like, substantial in the world. The Farlid. Small arachnid.
The mask is the same.
It is, yes. Okay, small arachnid found... Oh, go on.
Sorry. I'll let you finish.
Okay.
My bad.
Found in many crevices and caves throughout Farloom. Something in their assault reminds me of my own skill. Though their talents are born purely of instinct, my technique is formed from hard training. Anyway, go on.
So what I was saying is, there is one of the crests you get is from a giant bug who has the same mask as this. And I wonder if the implication is that it was, like, a larger Farlid in further development from, like, the divine threads that were cast.
What crest is that?
I'm not. I think it was. Was it the Beast?
Maybe. I'm looking at
I
it
know
logically. I think
or
it would have.
Wanderers.
I feel like it would have to be the Beast, or maybe the Reaper.
I don't know. Let me look it up.
I will fiddle around while we do that.
No, you're good.
No, but it is interesting with the first sinner. It's cool that they give you a little bit of foreshadowing with it too. That I think is just enough that it might get you thinking, but I don't think you'd really piece the connection together before you fight the first sinner. Because I think what goes through most people's head, and it definitely was mine, was I was wondering if both the Weaver and the Worm side of Hornet was a higher being for most of my playthrough.
Yeah, and I think that's naturally. I think you're supposed to think that.
Especially with the dialogue that you get about with the caretaker telling you like ruling is the nature of both the Weavers and the Worms.
Yes.
Which makes sense considering their divinity mimicked.
Oh, interesting. Some of these crest locations we're gonna have to go back and look at because I just realized something.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. The Reaper crest. Huh. That's interesting. I'm gonna send this screenshot to you.
Okay. I'm also going to change the music for the stream since we've been listening to the Bellheart thing for a little bit. I'll change it to song.
I'm not listening to the stream, so I haven't actually heard the music.
Well, you'd hear us echo, so it does make sense.
No. I didn't want to do that, but like, it's just funny because you say change the music. I'm like, what music?
What music? Yeah, well, I just thought it made probably the most sense since like we were in Bellheart to play the Act 2 Bellheart theme. But did you send the thing yet? It hasn't loaded on the Discord yet. Okay.
This isn't the thing that I was. This isn't the thing that I was looking at. But I looked at this. I think this is really interesting. The way that this is laid out.
Interesting.
Does it not remind you of something? It could remind you of two things. But
well, where's your mind going with this?
Well, there's a part of me that thinks, okay, this looks exactly like the ritual that was performed on us by the shamans. With us,
yeah, you are right. With us, like laying down on the bench.
But also, you can tell this is like, this is specifically like there is some sort of ritual being put here. Because the face is being covered. It also reminds me very, very strongly of like Hair of the Beast, like the Dreamer.
Yeah, how like the face is veiled and everything. No, I kind of see it. It's also very mysterious because it definitely does look like a more common bug.
Oh, wait a second. They're all like that. Hold on, because the Wanderer's Crest is also fashioned on an altar.
I think some of them are like that, but the Architect one, I know that's
the Architect is not, no.
Yeah.
But the Wanderer specifically makes sense because that is directly in the shaman's temple, like the chapel.
Yes. Yeah, some definitely do follow the pattern. I am with you there.
Because the beast... Okay, yeah. So this is the one that I wanted to show you. And again, this is also surrounded by candles and seemingly is tied down.
Yeah,
the fact that they're all found in chapels is very interesting. So I wonder if all of the chapels are connected to whatever religion the shamans were trying to offer.
I mean, it would make sense, especially with how it's hidden. The shaman's one itself. Which is definitely
this is definitely the same. This is definitely like a larger version of the same mask. of the far
Oh,
lands.
also secret.
Oh,
I just noticed something.
Oh yeah. There's something out there. I think it's a rosary string.
Memory locket.
Oh no, it's a memory locket. Did you? Is that the last one you needed?
Well, they don't count towards 100%. It very well might be. Let me look at my. Yeah, I think it's the last one.
Oh,
Well, let's do that real quick. I just like noticed. I was like, wait, it looks like something's falling up there. It sounds like you already found that secret.
yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, but anyway, this is also a Farlid diver. Arachnid that nestles within dark holes and cavern roofs pounces on its prey from far above. A smart hunter learns to wait long in ambush, always ready to strike the first blow. Which I guess this would just hint that maybe Farlids in general are sort of conniving, and will patiently wait, even if they're not elevated, to try to trap something.
Yes, they definitely have strong instincts whenever it comes to hunting, which I think is very much the point.
Yes. Okay, and this one is you.
Shardalard. Once she has nothing to say about this. Devious ambusher that poses as a fossil. Once roused, the bug would crash its steely shell to walls, floors, and foes.
Yeah, so it's just the main interesting thing is, wow, is there a lot of things disguising as other things? That is a consistent through line just in this journal. But yeah, she really doesn't have too much to say about these.
Which I think that... Oh, interesting. Why do those look like void creatures?
Oh, that is an interesting question. I think these are just like the worms in the blasted steppes, if I'm remembering correctly. Sandcarver, shell-plated worm that lives beneath pools of shifting sand. Bursts forth at movements sense close and will consume any object or bug careless enough to fall into its maw. So
interesting.
Yeah,
that is very similar to how the worms in Hollow Nest are described.
It is interesting, and Sean, I am sorry. The next thing will make me look like a monster.
Squirm? Wriggling young grub that lives in the darkness. It allows the opportunity these creatures will grow into a form larger and more impressive. I don't...
Yeah.
What did you do?
I lulled them into a false sense of security with my song, and then I killed them.
Dang.
That's the only way to kill them. Which I'm guessing these are sort of like baby forms of the judges, maybe.
Oh, huh.
Because they have the same face.
That is interesting, they do.
Okay, so a judge. Gilded guardian of the blasted steppes bearing a symbol and mallet. They remorselessly eliminate any pilgrim or passerby deemed impure to their sight. The countless husks strewn on paths beside them tell of their conclusive decisions. So this is interesting because this would lend credence to the theory that Sherma is basically like a sinless pilgrim, since he is surprised at the aggression and tough time that you have had with these judges, which would indicate they like left them alone.
That you've done.
I mean, fair. I'm not saying we're saints. What I'm saying is Sherma likely is.
No, yeah, 100% no, which is fair. I think that he deserves all the happiness.
Oh boy.
Last judge, final arbiter of the blessed steppes, tasked to ensure only the sinless ever step beyond the grand gate. The huge judge likely stood through countless generations, never defeated, never wavering in their charge.
Which is, I mean, it's interesting that Hornet comes to the conclusion that this thing must be super old, considering we do know that these bugs are very much mortal. Which, it's like, it makes you wonder too, like, is this armor, or are they automatons in some way?
Well, the silk extends life.
That is true.
That-
That's true. Yes.
So it seems as if like the people connected to the Citadel just are stuffing their shells to live forever,
Yeah.
or until we kill them.
Yeah. It's immortality, but it doesn't mean that we're invincible, which that makes sense. Okay, now we have the coral firm, dark-furred bug protecting itself with a spiked coral nut. Its fur is thick and silky, sadly lost to its haunting. I shall never safely be able to touch it. Which
So
it's just
cute.
it's just a further
can't-
obsession.
It's just
Okay.
covering up her other judgmental tendencies
that is
with the
true.
like. But fur is cute. Driznut.
I think it would be Drisnit.
There's so many things.
What's done has been done, and what's wrong has been wrong. Okay.
I
Anyway.
I want to make a joke so bad right now, but I'm not going to. Anyways, nesting creatures that fuses its face with sharpened coral. It is easy to be caught off guard by ricocheting. I can read.
I'm sorry.
Trajectory of its flanged mask, especially in tight corners.
Yeah, I'm sorry for doubting her ability.
Can't do it.
Okay, then we have the Driznarga. Large Mel. Oh, we can tell, okay. Driznut, ferocious and territorial, fires its heavy coral mask at intruders. A fine shot with its sharp mask, its aggression has no ill effect on its aim. Which I guess Hornet's canonically saying, yeah, I definitely got hit by these a couple times.
Yep. This guy just looks derpy.
does.
Poking nabbing. It's a poking nabbing, guys. Oh yeah, coming to the pub, it's poking nabbing. Drifting creature with a wide coral. I can't do it. Oh my gosh. Mask and hard proboscis to stab its prey.
They like that
Sorry,
word.
but me too. I know what a proboscis is, but it sounds wrong. Passively waits for prey to blunder into its path, a technique that should not necessarily be derided, whatever ineffective is best. I'm breaking.
Yes. It is interesting. My chess player brain is like, I think this is the first time we've seen the word blunder in a Hollow Knight game, to my knowledge. Which is just a side note. The conch fly, small bug that crafts a shell of sharpened coral, spins its shell at rapid speed to cut through crust and bone. The way it darts in and out of the ground has an almost playful quality to it, an amusing and effective way to ambush prey. Which I guess just makes me wonder about her time with the bees. The fact that she sees it as very childlike. Like these aggressive ambushes.
Oh yeah. They are like children, though. I mean, they're.
Yeah, they quite literally probably are. All right, I'll let you take this one, if you can.
Great conchfly. Elder. Again, I don't know. I might break completely. Elder conchfly, crowned with a huge coral horn. Once partnered with a mate, they will rarely be seen alone. To pair with another is a base instinct, and one that brings some bugs great joy. I once sought similar union, but of my own mates, none could match my lifespan. Which just means that, like, Hornet can never have children because she'll well, I guess they would become
I mean, I think she could have children, but it sounds like whatever relationships she's tried to have, she's just outlived them. And that seems like a person who's given up on a relationship.
She's given up on love.
Which I mean that's fair. I mean, I think that's if you were immortal and you knew that you were going to outlive whoever you loved, I think it would be a harder pill to swallow trying to get into a loving relationship with somebody. It definitely would
Also,
deter me.
Be so real. Who in Hollow Nest? Whatever, like, who's left? Zote.
Oh, reminding me
No.
of my doodles that I did,
You know what?
and
You
I
know
did
what?
that as a joke.
You know what?
I did that as a joke.
You
I
know
do
what?
not ship it. I
I
hate
just
soap.
realized. I just realized that I just peeked my head over a corner that is already in long existence that I just should not keep going on. Just like, hey, you should probably just stop here because
Yeah,
don't
well,
ask unless you
yeah,
really want to
I
know.
hope Zote dies alone. Okay.
Aw, without Grindle?
Frostcrawler, a soft-shelled scrambler encased in coral, hidden amongst the tower's matching crust. These smaller bugs would have survived and thrived. Okay, and then we have, this.
Coral Hulk with a dense shell bred to immense size by the Citadel's memorial. Nature distorted. This bug was born tiny and mild. The Citadel deformed in its infutile hope it may sustain. Which is interesting.
Yeah, which, they were trying to preserve everything. It is interesting that, because whenever you went through the memoriam, I remember seeing that it mentioned that Verdania was lost. Which, I had no way of having context for what that meant until I saw you explore it, which was interesting, just with the memoriam.
Also, the way that it mentions it being lost, it kind of matches the terminology used for things lost to the void, which is interesting.
It is interesting.
I don't know if that has any connections, but it is worth noting.
I mean, we're spitballing, Okay, Kai, a plump, plentiful drifter of a coral past. They once teamed around their tower in numbers immense. It is a rare chance to witness such a bountiful display of life, and we can only see these guys in the dream of what the tower once was.
Yeah. And also, Spinebeak Kai, steel-horned floater able to defend itself and its companions, a critical member of the larger flock. Without them present, the Kai would be fast driven to extinction by larger predators.
Such as my
technically. Also, yeah, technically they are extinct now.
Yes, they only exist in the dream world. But apparently, with the right spells, you can take stuff from the dream world and have it manifest into reality, which is very scary. Stillspine Kai, toughened Kai capable of extending sharp spikes from within its shell shack, seeming soft but hiding a sharp surprise. Any large predator attempting a bite would learn a pointed and painful lesson.
Gelatinous coral drifter of a simple mind and placid demeanor, a creature at its most basic. The one is no threat to me or any other, but they really are a good source of silk.
They are a good source of silk. And then the Yumama, large gelatinous drifter, chases away threats by hurling its bulk around. When defeated, it splits into many smaller forms, yet another remarkable creature of this land before the monarch.
Stunch and Koraka? And this is one that I haven't seen because I didn't kill these guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. The core member of a powerful order, trained fearless and faithful. Theirs was a kingdom of warriors when built upon their blades.
Yes, which we see, because you went to, the Sands of Karak and you saw, where you enter the dream. You see a lot of these guys sort of, in statue form by the Coral King, which is definitely interesting. And then we have the Kakri, lithe-winged scouts frequently paired with their heavier brethren. Its training resembles my own, favoring fast strikes and rapid movements. Once a hunter, perhaps.
That's interesting.
It is definitely interesting how she sees herself in these guys. It is also, I guess, worth noting, too, they're wearing a skull, and some of these other ones are not.
Yeah. Yago? Wide-masked aerial attacks trained to act as support for its grounded companions while remaining at range. Not a frontline force, but in my assault upon their tower, all emerge to see me still.
Yes.
Interesting.
And then we have the Karak Gore. Heavy, hard-shelled charger relying on weight and strength. Far tougher for being matched inside their encrusted domain, they must have lived their whole lives within the tower to command it so.
Oh, these guys look cool. Alita. Leaping Hunter of the... Wait, hold on. Why does that sound familiar? Was there a... There wasn't a Weaver called...
I mean, there was Weaveness Atla, which, I mean, might sound somewhat similar.
Yeah, I was thinking of something else, but we moved on. Leaping Hunter of bygone age, the swiftest of their sect, deftly skilled with spinning four blades. In contests of speed against strength, I have seen the swift more often triumph. A lesson I have taken to my own heart. Interesting.
Which makes sense with her fighting style. And then we have the Corcrus Carica, overgrown elder, able to spawn burning bubbles within its coral case shell. This bug's fusion with the crust growth, it seems intentional, though I imagine the union is far from comfortable. So these guys basically have like acid come out whenever they attack you. And then we have the boss at the top of the tower.
Crust King Khan.
Thank
Hardened
God
warrior.
that crust is with a C.
Yes.
Anyway, go on.
For his stern stewardship, his legion seemed utterly loyal. For less combative bugs, his would have been a hard rule.
Yes.
Interesting that his skull also looks like the Weaver's.
It does also look like the Weaver with the eyes. Which is interesting, especially like since we don't know whether his face looks anything like that or if it's just a mask that he's wearing. It is interesting. I was a little bit surprised because him as a boss, his gauntlet is harder than he is. He is definitely not one of the strongest bosses. Just getting to him is the hard part. Okay, and then this is a very secret boss. Because there was this spot in the Sands of Karak where you grab like a relic, and you mentioned it looked like there was something more to it, and you were very suspicious. And if you Silksong, you go to the edge, which this is the Watcher at the edge, old warrior guarding the border of their domain, stiffened by time and awoken by song. They held long at their vigil far beyond the age of their brethren, yet still when roused, they swung their blade with remarkable ease.
Interesting.
It is very interesting. He's a very secret boss, too.
Awoken by song.
I think you have to play Vernidalen to get the fight to start, because it looks like a statue whenever you first come across it.
Voltvern. Coiled nest of charged worms assault intruders with bolts of crackling electricity. Barely a bug, and possessing only basic thought, yet instinct alone proved enough to turn it deadly.
Yes, which I don't think it gave you any problem. I don't think you died to it, if I remember right.
I died to, I think, it once or twice.
Oh, once or twice, yeah. Drapefly, erratic flying pest that nests in rags and curtains. Like fabric somehow sprung to life, its pelts is perfectly matched to the rags it infests. Which, we don't see these too often. We see them, I'm trying to think where we see them. It's in the, vent itself, right? Escaping the underworks, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And we see some flying outside of Songclave.
Draplord. Elder Drapfly, grown big from age and consumption. Its heavy body allows it to hit much harder than its younger companions. Greed will always see some bugs swell above their kin.
Which is just her calling it fat.
Yeah.
Drapemite. cloth-covered crawler with sharpened forelimbs lives and breeds in dark places. Farloom structures seem almost built for them. The endless corners and cracks so perfect for mites to burrow and nest. Which I wonder if it was made for them or if it just happened to work out. Don't know.
Interesting. Giant mite. Full-sized mite of the Citadel cloaked in an old curtain. A few creatures of that silk-stricken place would find nourishment enough to grow so large. Interesting.
I'm not going to say it, you'll know it.
Yeah.
Okay, and now we've got into the underwork parts. Okay, underworker, feeble servant of the underworks with a long twist pin and hard shell. With all the refuse collapsing throughout their domain, the worker's stiff shell would be essential if they had any hope to survive. Which, it is interesting how their garbs are different than the people higher in the Citadel. They're definitely like the downtrodden pilgrims. And I guess, like, there's also an allegory in, like, you know, faith through works alone versus faith not needing works here. I guess you could say.
Yeah. It is interesting. Because, like, with these guys, you know, the whole thing is, like, they're put into the system of, like, you know, you're a sinner, you have to pay off your transgression with these, by working the Citadel. But it's like that message is pre-recorded. There's no actual, like, there's no substance to any of it. It's just for the service of the Citadel. And it's like they're tired and they're just continually working forever with no rest. And I think that's the big thing is like all of the whole reason a lot of these bugs came here was to receive rest. And it's like now that they're here, it's like there's no rest only for a few, you know, then if you do anything wrong, if you get sick, that's a sin.
Or if you dare need to sit. You better have the rosaries to spare.
Which, it's interesting that, like, rosaries are, like, a form of currency, because I think inherently it being, like, currency kind of makes it not very, like, meaningful, because it's, like, supposed to be prayer.
Mm-hmm.
It's just very interesting. But yeah, Underscrub. Is it mine?
Yes, it's yours.
Drained, yet dedicated laborer wielding a coarse steel brush. They ever hoped to keep their domain clean. What futility.
Hornet would make a useless roommate. She'd ask you why we're doing the dishes if they're just getting dirty again. You know, like, come on, Hornet. You should know better than this. I know that you probably have servants in your kingdom, but listen, sometimes you gotta do the dirty work.
Like, Hornet, did you not have people to do these exact same jobs in your kingdom, and did they probably hate it not as much? I'm
confident you definitely did. Undersweep uses their still bristled pin to scrub the suit from vents and pipes. Their sharp cleaning implement is as filthy as the rest of the place. They only layer grime on grime. I mean, she's probably right. It is interesting too. Like, it makes that one pilgrim that did have a weapon feel like even more of an outlier, because you do see that the weapons they're using aren't weapons.
No, they're meant for other services, and it seems to be highlighting the futility of their work.
Yes.
That it doesn't mean anything. Underpoke. Drained worker on the verge of collapse, consumed by the haunting, they continue to work far beyond their mortal limits. They toiled incessantly for the Citadel, their shells bent and grayed, and now the kingdom's curse means not even death can relieve them, which is just very sad.
Yeah, that does suck. And then the Underloft. Exhausted bug grown sickly from the smog of the underworks. This one's closer to the exhaust organ that Phantom is operating, I believe is where you find them. The workers' twist pins, once tools of repair, now serve as spun projectiles. The cost of so much grandeur. Did I peer closely enough into the foundations of my own kingdom?
Well, yeah, I mean, Hornet, yeah, you gotta look at yourself. Like, seriously. because like the fact is these jobs got to get done, and some tired soul got to do it. Um, it's the unfortunate reality of anything, any system of
It would be
structure or
interesting
community.
to like hear what her answers once she thinks beyond, just like contemplating it would be. Thinking about it.
Yeah, I wish I could just talk to her about these things.
Yes.
Like, hey, Hornet, let's talk about this. Like, why?
How did you feel about her brother saving you?
Yeah, like seriously. She's like, save it for the third game. See you in 10 years.
Yeah.
And it just disappears. Under Crank. Heavy, hard-shelled worker forever repairing the Citadel's crumbling underworks. There seem no ranks in their domain, yet this one has risen above the rest, a station likely gained through intimidation and thuggery. Basically meaning, nah, this guy just went around beating people up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we always have the types. Okay, and now we have the envoy. Guide and oftentimes leader within the Citadel's choir. Bugs like these cross the caves to bring me to Farloom. I cut down many before my capture. Then I thought, them minded and cunning. Now I can see the singular will that haunts them all. Which it is interesting, that it is these guys that eventually captured Hornet, and it implies that there was a whole lot of them that it took before she successfully got captured.
Yeah.
Which the Citadel would have saved themselves a lot of time had they just used one of the big birds from the slab.
Oh, interesting. Okay, Choir Pouncer, agile bug and one of the few hardy pilgrims to have reached the Citadel. Once one of the Farloom's favorite bugs, and yet their domain and their shell would have been the first to fall to the haunting.
Yes, yeah, they did get. It's amazing any of these got here. Choir Hornhead, full-grown former pilgrim serving the Citadel. Did this one grow large thanks to the Citadel's excess, or was it formidable size the reason it's ever survived to reach this place?
Which I think that it's interesting that it specifically again mentions excess, since we talked about this earlier with the whole like them calling excess a sin.
Yes.
And then it's like having all this plentifulness within.
Well, the statue sort of resembles this guy too, doesn't it?
Like it does. It seems like a much less like slimmer one. I'm not again. I'm not also calling him that. But,
it's okay.
I think it was a slightly different shape, but yes, I really want to go back and try to find that guy, if I can.
I did not find it on my playthrough, so I have no idea where to look.
But that one was also awakened by song, which is interesting. I think.
This guy.
Choir Bellbearer, winged devout of the Citadel, carrying a brace of gilded bells. Farloom proves often the effectiveness of bells as weapons. Never before had I considered them as such.
They really are great weapons.
They are.
Thank God they only do one mask. Okay. And then we got the Choir Flyer, aerial bug of the Citadel unarmed, but for its short horn. For this bug to have survived Farloom's climb, it must have teamed with stuter companions. I cannot imagine it succeeding alone.
Again, it's Hornets. Well, no. It's Hornets like not. What am I looking for? Underestimating the faith of the pilgrims. Choir Elder, aged former pilgrim, uses their wings to position above threats and crush them under their large shell. Time allowed their shell to grow thick, all the better for battering their targets.
Wow. You're just mean Hornet. Chorister. Chorister. A disciple of the choir, elevated above all other pilgrims and forced to cowl their face forevermore. So they can't show their face anymore. I guess it would be a taboo at this point. Their use of a pin shows hard training. Their use of silk unfurled from a spool held close shows skill far beyond standard bugs.
Interesting.
Which I didn't understand. I guess I didn't piece together that these they just can't show their face.
Which, considering how we see the other ones that are like of a greater stature, I wonder if like it changes them being like under the silk. It would have to, in the same way that it like the exposure to it changes the way that they appear. It's interesting. I don't know. Read. Disciple of the choir, charged to maintain its perfect order by sharp pen if necessary. A form well suited for combat, lithe, and fast. No surprise it seems to rank so high amongst its cult. And now she's calling it a cult.
Yes, that is an interesting progression. And then we have the Grand Reed, high-standing insect of the choir bearing a bow. This elite reed has been trained and fed beyond its smaller fellows. This bug bears a spool of silk, which they flail to attack through somewhat crude. Theirs is a technique much reminiscent of weavers. I wonder who taught them such a use.
Would it be the Pen Masters?
I feel like it almost has to be the Pen Masters.
That is interesting.
I guess it could be the Weavers themselves, but the Pen Masters, I don't know.
Yeah, that choir clapper, mighty percussive disciple of the choir, wielding a mallet and a silk spool to wrap and enhance their attacks. There is no finesse in its use of silk. It consumes its slim supply only to amplify its force. Interesting.
She managed to not call this one fat. I'm very impressed. Okay, and then these things. I hate these things with a passion. A Claw Maiden, puppet servant of the Citadel, suspended on strings of silk, an early form of automaton requiring extensive silk to maintain its service. If given a chance, this one will steal silk from any significant source, including my own shell. Which it is interesting, these were the first automatons. Especially with how, you know, it's like masked so that you can't see its face, like a lot of these others, which makes me wonder if the first automatons, like if there was a reason to hide that these things were mechanical at one point.
That is possible, and I wonder too if the reason that of it extracting silk was so that the weavers could privately experiment with it.
Yeah. Don't know.
Especially since, wait a second.
Okay,
the place that the place that the nest is placed is in White Ward. I believe.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that these were like meant to extract. And two, I wonder if White Ward in of itself, like again, the timeline of the Citadel, how much of the Citadel the Mother Silk was like actually awake for, is something that I'm really unsure of. So I'm not sure if that they would have to hide that. Potentially from the pilgrims, but it seems as if based on all of the ways that there were to travel through the bellways and the other and the bellways were said to be very old. It didn't seem as if there was it was supposed to be a grand trek to get to the Citadel. It talks about how there was pilgrims brought over in gilded carriages.
Yeah, I think at one point it was supposed to be far easier than by the time we get to Farlow.
Yeah.
I think that is highly likely.
Memoria, learned disciple of the choir charged to maintain the Citadel's memoriam. From the outset, theirs was hopeless task. Those wild lands could never be replicated within a space so artificial. Interesting.
Yes.
Those wilds.
And then we have a minister. That's interesting that this is their name. a gold-ranked disciple of the choir and direct servant to the Citadel's conductors. The lethality of these bugs is unexpected. Their bodies were never built for combat. The haunting has altered their nature dramatically, which is interesting. So we see a shift happening in Hornet's mind where earlier in the game she was like, I wonder if this haunting is just making them do the same tasks that they were doing in life. But this is like a very definitive statement. The haunting has changed their nature.
Yes. Which
I think
again,
is the first time we see.
I think too it makes sense for like where these appear and you having to go through White Ward not White Ward. You
High
don't need to go
Halls.
through there.
High Halls is where these are.
It's interesting, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a shift happening in the thinking of like the will that's propagating it. Maestro, yeah. Choir Chamber of High Hall is able to summon and command cogflies at flick of their baton. Once they summoned song from their subjects, now they raise only to command an end to those unstrung. Yeah. So it's like it talks about how like they used to serve a different purpose, but the fact that they use cog flies seems to indicate that this was during a period that the Weavers would have been in charge.
Yes,
because I get the distinct impression that the Weavers were the ones who were responsible for all the mechanical functions.
Yeah, and we do know that like the cogflies were made for singing because we can very quickly get them to sing. I think that's somebody down there making that sound. But I always thought that was interesting that they would sing with your song, even though that they are automatons.
Which
really makes
cool.
sense considering that was their original purpose. Okay. And then we have the second Sentinel, which, oh man, I really don't know where he fits into the things, considering some of his dialogue. Cogwork Knight of Farloom, once protector of its pilgrims and master of the Scissors Blade. The talents and intelligence of this construct goes far beyond others I have witnessed. They seem less built as a tool to serve than an attempt at life itself.
Oh. Interesting. And we get this indication by the memoriam that like the Weavers want. Oh, interesting. Is that their way of proving their divinity? Is if they create things by creating things that they were once, like creating life that becomes more. That's interesting. It's almost as if they're like they need to prove their divinity, even though it's not there.
It almost makes me think of man and modern day artificial intelligence.
No, yeah, I think definitely there's some lines to be drawn there for sure. Drug Husk, remains of a citadel bug possessed by silk dregs. The husk will lash out wildly with many sharp pins caught inside its thread. There's an old anguish bound upon these threads, the result of countless cruel procedures. There's old anguish bound upon these threads.
Anguish. Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah. That's interesting. There's old anguish bound upon these threads.
I feel like these were the first, like, some of the first people they were experimenting on in White Ward, and that explains why they look so much like just abominations.
Which is interesting. It's like, what were they trying to achieve? What were the Weavers trying to achieve?
Successfully stuffing the silk within the shells, and here it seems like it's in a way where the pilgrim is like lost their sense of self, where they are more spun than they are pilgrim at that point. Okay, the dread will. Shell of a small bug possessed by silk dregs. The husk will stretch its silk to form a crude, crushing will. Living silk commanding a dead shell, an affront to nature, and one all too common across Farloom.
Living silk commanding a dead shell. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Sound
This is one of the
familiar,
few
Hornet?
that is like a husk that's like puppeted by. Well, I'm not even going to say their name, but everybody knows. Okay, this one's yours.
Surgeon. Cruel physician of White Ward responsible for operating and modifications on the Citadel's bugs. Their procedures with Silk may have prolonged life within the Citadel, but they unknowingly gifted many minds to the monarch. Yeah. I don't know if it was necessarily a gift she wanted, but they definitely did that.
Yes, for sure. And then we have the Mortician, altered servant of the Citadel's White Ward, responsible for the cremation of husks and the recycling of silk from their shells. Which, oh man. So the reason why they have scissors was for these dead bugs. They were trying to extract the silk that was stuffed into their shells to stuff it into other people's shells, I'm guessing.
Yep.
It lies low to the ground, perhaps out of a reverence for its task, but can spring up suddenly to attack. Its shears make for a deadly weapon with surprising reach.
And I wonder too if it was in reference to their queen or in reference to the Weavers. Because I wonder if in the Citadel the Weavers kind of made themselves to be the true things being worshipped. But down below it seems that's what's happening. That the Weavers were the ones being worshipped. Because you have like all the idols and like the nests throughout, but like you also have just the different signs, you know?
Yeah.
The Unraveled. Tormented will of countless husks made manifest in a pit of silk dregs. The souls of so many bugs obsessed with silk consumed by it. Their pain shall forever remain in that pit. Even I do not possess strength enough to cleanse it. Dang.
Yeah. Which maybe hints at some desire to cleanse it too, if she did have the power to fix it. Okay, and then we have the Cogwork Underfly, which I think this is just in a different part of the Underworks, if I'm remembering correctly. Small automaton built to work without complaint in the scorching heat of the Underworks cauldron. It is no wonder these constructs were cast. No mortal bug would last long inside that scorching place. Even my shell struggles to withstand its heat.
Interesting. Yeah. So if the theory too that these are like built with infused souls, it's kind of messed up. But
yeah, for regardless. Sure. I mean, yes.
Cogwork Hauler, small automaton with shielded shell, intended to carry loads of dangerous flint flame. Born and built only to work until time stiffens its limbs. Perhaps it is merry this construct knows nothing of the freedom it lacks. Interesting.
I worry that it is a living thing in some sense of the word, Hornet. Cogwork Crawler, automaton built in the shape of a scuttling bug. Its back contains retractable pins intended to cut song cylinders free of any obstruction. Its form is certainly based on bugs found outside the Citadel. In my own craft work, I too often look to nature for inspiration.
That's fun.
Interesting.
Yeah. Cogworker. Flighted automaton responsible for repairing and extending the core. More effective an opponent than would be guessed, their precarity of its winding domain can make it even its simple assault a challenge. Interesting.
Then we got the Cogwork Spine, spherical winged automaton housing many sharp spikes. I cannot decipher its function to the greater core. Is it built for defense? If so, its passivity seems far from optimal. Yeah, I don't know what its intended purpose is. I guess it would be a form of defense, though it is relatively passive.
Yeah. Cogwork Choir Bug. Bug forged of iron, rotor, and cog. The automaton works tirelessly to maintain the core that houses it. Its core is filled with fine mechanisms, but that alone should not produce such a convincing mimic of life. Silk must also be used to animate this artifice, though exactly how I'm not sure. So again, that's the tipping off that these bugs may have
Yes.
some sort of life.
And her thoughts evolve with it over time. If you can like see the white eyes, similar to the fourth chorus, with the butterflies. Whenever you finally defeat it, the Cogwort Cleanser, steam shooting automaton forged to clean the Cogwort core and keep it free of infestation. An inspired use of steam, I must remember its construction when designing future tools.
Cogwork Defender. Cogwork construct forged primarily for the core's protection. Bears a shield and a poke pen and possesses a lethal understanding of their use. It has no true mind and yet fights effectively, adjusting its strategy to my movements. Where exactly are its thoughts written?
Yeah, so she's getting more suspicious of them, which is interesting. Oh yes, okay. So this one I have quite a bit to say about. Do you know about the secret with this guy?
I found out about it, but I did not defeat him.
Okay. Yeah, I found out about it too. This guy, after you defeat him, you will find other of the smaller bugs repairing him. And if you let them, they will repair him, but if you make sure he's completely annihilated, they will not be able to. Which is super interesting. Okay,
That
the
is
Cogwork
cool.
Clapper. Rare automaton intended to perform the ringing of bells and cymbals in the depths of the core. I have not yet seen the bell this automaton is designed to ring, nor do I ever wish to hear it. Such a clamor would no doubt be unpleasant to experience.
Huh.
And now we got these guys.
Interesting. Cogwork Dancers, automaton of impeccable construction. Welcoming entrance to their chamber with a display of deadly dance. 2 cogwork bugs, and yet the soul seems singular. A sad yet masterful imitation of life, imbued inside shells of iron. Interesting. Also, their crowns are a little bit similar to the 4th chorus.
They do have a similarity.
Maybe not directly, but
yeah, I get what we're saying, but I definitely do think they are a little bit different. Okay, and then we're moving to the Whispering Vaults, which is interesting.
Yes.
The Vault Born, young acolyte raised in the darkest vaults, destined to ascend to the rank of Scroll Reader. In entering their domain, I freed these bugs to infest the greater vaults. They are a nuisance, and I have only myself to blame. But yeah, you get these guys here by turning on those lights, otherwise they do not show up.
Could you go an entire playthrough without turning on the lights in this area?
I don't think you have to.
That's really funny. I wonder why too that they appear only if you turn on the lights.
I don't know. I guess it's also interesting that their faces are hidden. I wonder if they also have an obligation to keep their face hidden, like the others.
Perhaps. Interesting. Lamp Bearer, disciple of the Whispering Vaults, tasked to navigate its dim recesses to retrieve old scrolls. An essential bug if one ever hoped to navigate the dark maze of stacks and scrolls. Interesting. So they were like a light.
Yes, a light source. Scroll Reader, which it's interesting that you can see him looking at the map. They also look a little bit similar to the judges, too. A gilded servant of the Whispering Vaults, born to read and recall the near endless scrolls of prayer. Maybe it's not a map they're looking at, maybe it's scrolls of prayer. Did they ever truly understand those inscrutable scrolls, or is it all merely pretense? An endless act to maintain their order station within the Citadel.
Interesting, I don't know. Vault Keeper, high caste bug responsible for delivering sermons and leading prayer for those beyond the walls of the Whispering Vaults. Most likely, this one's true charge was to root out and condemn those not seen as sufficiently fervent. But if you're not, truly... maybe this is just, me thinking too much about it, but like if you're not truly actually like giving a religion and it's all just like for the sake of it, it's like what is there to not be fervent to or
Yeah, I
devout
don't.
to? Is it just guessing the ruse? Like that's the thing
Yeah,
that I'm wondering about is like is it just like keeping all the pilgrims distracted and eventually getting them to work? But
yeah,
then why have these departments at all?
I don't know. Okay, we got Trobio!
Trubio!
Haughty thespian, convinced that only dazzling performance can raise Farloom from the throes of dead. His desire to see Farloom saved may have been well-intentioned, but he seemed quite happy for others to die upon the stage in pursuit of that goal. And then I feel like we can talk about Trobio after we read this one too, since it's the same bug.
Tormented Trubio. Depressed. Oh my gosh, I can't do it. Depressed thespian consumed by the melancholy of a collapsing world, this one chose to embrace the doom to come. I shall not share such easy and surrender.
Yeah, so I don't have too many thoughts on Trobio other than just in my head, he's like a creepy uncle that's favorite holiday is the 4th of July, and I don't really think of him beyond that. And
Fair.
now we're moving to the slab. Okay, this is the penance. Humbled prisoners serving their sentence for sin committed within the citadel. All are haunted here, the jailers and the jailed. Do they realize they will never leave this place, or how long they have already stayed?
Dang. Puny penitent, small bugs shackled and cowled for sin committed within the citadel. Their thick shroud leaves them sightless, yet it seems to matter little. They have no care for their own safety, wishing only to charge at those they sense as sinful. Interesting. Wait, go back to that one.
Okay.
What do you mean? This is supposed to be a penitent sinner, correct? Like
Yes.
penitent means that like so why would they lunge at people that they sense as sinful?
I do not know.
Hypocrisy. It's Pharisees all over again.
It does seem very hypocritical.
That we can move on.
Okay, yes. Fresh fly. Instant fly, freshly hatched. At this age, the soft blind fly is little more than a bother. The less these gruesome bugs breed, the better. I mean,
You know what? After beating the boss, I can agree with that. Sorry, it's gross.
This one is rears.
A scab fly, sticky young fly born and grown in the service to this lab. Foul creatures birthed into servitude. Their plight elicits no sympathy from me. Dang, gosh.
A guard fly, starved servant of the slab bearing a hooked long pin. The smell from these jailers overwhelms my senses. I strongly doubt they have ever thought to bathe.
I guess not. They're too busy.
She is very judgmental towards her captors.
Warden fly, heavy, hairy jailer responsible for capturing sinners and punishing prisoners, discussing both the manner and stench. I feel no remorse to see them felled. Just like everybody here, she's just like, I want to kill all of y'all.
Yes. And then we have this thing, the Brood Mother, mad matriarch of the slab, rarely seen outside her wearing. From her, all jailers are born and bred. With this one vanquish, I hope to have sped the end for that jail and its distasteful order.
Driflin, gently glider of Mount Fae. Its downy wings and cowl allow it to resist even the most cutting cold. This one would make a perfect pet, but for the freezing temperature it requires for comfort.
She just wants all the pets. Okay, Lord help me with this one. Minimoid? Minimoid, that's what we're going with.
Yep.
Flighted creature formed from cold shard. If shattered, it will quickly reform. The cold shard, even when destroyed, it remembers its former shape, a remarkable material, and perhaps even more astonishing, there seems life contained within it.
Minorg. Minimabara. Huge flighted creature formed from cold shard. This larger form carries so much weight it can barely move from its place.
Yes, these are very well hidden.
Yeah.
The Servitor Ignum. Small construct built by weavers past, brought to life through silk runes threaded within. Though the weavers have long passed from Farloom, this servant still performs its function. Which is interesting.
Servitor Borin. Broken construct built by weavers past, able to fire a focus beam of silk light to carve halls and chambers through ice and bone. The servitor has been heavily damaged by time and the elements. Its actions have grown erratic. It seems no longer able to discern friend from foe. So potentially how they carved out the pathways.
No, yeah. Which, it makes sense. It's good world building. And then we have these things. The Winged Life Seed. Mindless sac filled with lifeblood. When broken, the lifeblood can be consumed for its temporary benefit to health. My unique shell can resist the darker deformations of the substance, but even I have limits.
Interesting.
It is interesting. And it is also interesting they fly here, because in Hollow Knight, the life seeds did not have wings. Which I guess is just probably the difference in environment that they're grown in changes them a little bit.
Yeah. Plasmid. Mutated young worm infected with lifeblood. The new form displays potent regenerative skill. Farloom should quickly learn the curse of this substance. What benefit it provides can be swiftly outweighed.
Yeah, she's very concerned with the lifeblood, even though she's willing to inject herself with it.
Well, she's fine.
Yes, Plasmidus. Large worm mutated heavily by lifeblood. The creature has become fused to the roof of its cave, no longer able to move freely. In my home caves, when once this substance was allowed to flourish, I saw similar aberrations. This is wonder tainted, strong with revulsions, which is just like a casual lore drop that apparently is something similar to what happened in the Wormways happened probably in the Howling Cliffs, if I had to guess, with Joni's blessing with all the lifeblood in that area.
Interesting.
Which is interesting, considering the Pelican seemed to very successfully rid most of the kingdom of large amounts of lifeblood.
Yeah. I didn't defeat this guy, so this will be interesting. Plasmified Zango. Husk of an alchemist assistant granted false life by lifeblood. He carelessly seeded these caves with that cursed substance. His final fate seems fair reward for those efforts. Yet I feel some sympathy. It is an alluring power. Yeah, Hornet, you did like the same thing in one of the endings, but you know.
Yeah, you know. Leaf glider. Fine-winged flyer that survives in flocks. So light they can rest atop still water surface. An elegant bug indeed, because she wants to walk on water.
Yep. Leaf roller. Pointed scurrier. Posing as plant life, which they often do. Simple, graceful, another fine bug lost forever from these lands. These descriptions are getting a lot shorter with these. She's like, I don't really care much.
Yes. Pindra, flighty insect that lives beside still waters. Though generally passive, their sharp mouths can cause injury if carelessly blundered into. Another instance of the word blunder.
And Pendragur, heavy insect that lives near large bodies of water. Its weighty body is best avoided. When they do not hinder my path, I find their simple motions rather pleasant. I killed all of them. For silk.
Yes, they are nice silk sources. Newfar, predatory plant with a powerful jaw shaped to resemble a lily pad. A snapping surprise on first encounter, though one easily avoided once aware.
Clover stack, placid native of Verdania. Its hide closely mimics the flora of its territory, an impressive act of mimicry to match so closely with its land. Their clover caves must have sustained through generations unencountered.
And then the Pell Stag. Fabled first clover stag of Verdania's wilds, commands the grass and leaves to aid its attack. Myth made real in memory. The creature seemed completely at one with the flora around it. Did it ever truly exist as I have seen it?
Huh? Wait, hold on.
That's very interesting. Well,
Wait. Are you telling me this thing is a myth that became real because it's a memory?
well, the dream world, if somebody believes something strongly enough, it can distort what it is in reality, and we do know that because Great Prince Zote is a boss, and we know he's a willing, pathetic moron that Bretta believes all the things that he's saying, and he is a warrior in her mind. So it is interesting how real the dream world can make things that otherwise only exist in people's heads.
So, do we think there's some truth though in the myth? The fact that this interests me because it's called the Pale Stag.
Yeah,
And that's interesting because pale is an important word within the lore, and he did mention that this gives them their divine right. So
Yeah.
I am curious.
It would be
There was
funny
something.
if this Pelstag very much existed and Verdania disappearing had nothing to do with the rest of the plot. They just angered this god by being
Well, I think
self-righteous.
I have a feeling that their involvement with it is the act of treason that Mother Silk probably condemned them on.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, it's definitely one of those things where exaggerated forms of things can exist in the dream world, because we also know that with Nightmare King Grim 2, where he sees himself as far more ferocious than who you interact with in the normal world.
Yeah.
So dream and memory, like, I guess distortion can almost be real in there.
It's based on perception.
Yeah, I mean, to the point, too, that gods that dabble in it, like the Radiance's power, is sort of influenced by how many people have her exist in her mind. So I don't know. It is interesting. Is it my turn?
I think it's mine.
Okay.
Or maybe it's not.
It's fine. Go on.
Kind and near. Child of Verdania, fully capable to fight despite its young age, fierce and fast in defending their lands even from birth. These are children to be proud of. Aww.
That is very wholesome. And then the Verdanyar, a darting warrior with sharpened forelimbs and heightened senses. They rarely relax, always alert for potential danger. Even deep in their own territory, to defeat them, my focus must match their own.
Escalion? Blending fast, winged warrior able to launch pointed pinions from its forelimbs. Born with many tools I would once have desired for myself, fortunately I have trained hard around those limits. That's cool.
And then we have the Clover Dancers, dual princes of Old Verdania, beloved by their subjects for their grace and for the ballet of death they delivered upon outsiders. For one to love another so similar to themselves, is that selfless or vain? What do you think?
I think that Hornet's judgment.
I mean, you know, out of sympathy for that one chatter that joins your stream sometimes, I'm gonna go with it's selfless.
Out of appreciate it.
Okay, this is rude.
Shadow Creeper. Shell-plated worm found only in the deepest depths seems to survive despite consuming no food or liquid. A creature long familiar to me. I suspect that no matter how far I travel, if I descend deep enough, they will always be there. And I think that that is probably also talking about the void.
I think that's just confirmation that if you travel deep enough in any kingdom, the void is just there. Whether or not people have made civilizations there might depend on the kingdom, but there will always be void if you travel deep enough. Which is very interesting to have that basically softly be confirmed, because that means that we could expect an abyss if a Hollow Knight 3 ever comes out in 2045. So Shadow Charger, bulky worm of the deepest depths, lives in tight crevices and uses its weighty body to batter. These ones grow large, yet I have never observed them eating or sleeping. They seem such simple bugs, but I suspect they are not truly our cousins.
Wait.
Just what a crazy thing to throw out there.
Wait, let me read this a couple more times. These ones grow large, yet I've never observed them eating or sleeping. They seem such a simple bug, but I suspect they are not truly our cousins. So cousins, like, of the void.
I don't even know if it goes that deep.
As like a worm?
I think she might even say... I think she might just be saying that she doesn't even know if these things are bugs, like in the same way other things are bugs.
Oh, I mean, even in that way, though, I mean,
like, what do you mean?
Really even a bug?
I mean...
I don't know.
She's
a god, really. She's demigod. I don't know. Shadow Charger, though. That's interesting. Okay.
It is a crazy thing to just like throw out as a random musing by Hornet.
Gloom sack. Tiny, empty creatures, barely a bug, swallows its prey whole and sucks their nutrients until nothing remains. I'll just say it how it is, Hornet. This one disturbs me. There's something in its simplicity. Do I almost feel fear?
It is interesting. I do notice this is a lot like the Hoker, with it having a face with like 3 eyes. Hornet's just freaked out by that.
Dang. That is true.
Okay, and now we have the Gargant Gloom. Enormous tubular beast uniquely suited to living close to the void below. Amazingly, this creature carries the void black liquid in its stomach, violently spraying it forth if threatened. Which is amazing it's able to do that, just casually having void in its stomach. It doesn't seem like a particularly pleasant experience.
Void tendrils, lashing fragments of pure darkness shaped into shapened tentacles. The void that will claim all things in barbed form, it chooses its nature can be seen clear. Its nature, it chooses. There's some of these are written a little weird.
Yeah.
But yes.
And then we have the Void Mass. Dense knot of husk bound tight by void, soaked silk. Silken shells corrupted that void seeks now to claim the slant hole. These poor shells are only the beginning.
Interesting.
Which it's also really dark. Like, assuming that all the void and silk sort of disappears after you get the ending in Act 3, killing these things just like guarantees these things are just like permanently dead, versus I think they just like be free if you left them alone, which is kind of dark to think about.
Yeah, but also I don't know.
I need that mouse chart. Yeah, you know.
Wing mold. Oh, is it your turn? Or is it mine?
I think it's your turn.
Wing mold, false fly with rune-etched shell. A tortured mix of soul and void is caged within. A crude construct of my father's fallen domain. Only a fool believes that void can be fashioned to do their bidding. Interesting.
I mean, you say that
straight up calling her father a
yeah, I mean, she says fool. That, but it seems like it worked out, considering in Act 3, the canon timeline has to be Dream No More or the God Home, and either way, we got rid of the Radiance, at least for now. Okay.
I mean, yeah.
The Garpid. Sightless burrower that reacts violently to the slightest sound. A common enough bug, though not to be underestimated. The acuteness of their other senses more than make up for their lack of vision.
These are the creatures I feel like I've seen in the void, but maybe not.
They are not. They are on like the opposite point in the map. They look
like.
They sort of look like it, yeah. Well, they also sort of
maybe
look like
those are just tendrils.
like the baby, like they look like a baby version of some of the centipedes that you find in Hollow Nest. It is return.
Amiibo. Slow drifting bug with a heavy top shell. The bug reacts little to threats, even those that could claim its life. The poor creature has lived a life too calm and coddled. It would not fare well in the world beyond its walls.
Interesting. Skrill, common crawler that lives beneath sand. This surface dweller is free of silk, its nature remains its own. The monarch's influence must only have stretched below it. And this you find in the nameless town, at the very top of the map.
Interesting. Bell Eater. Long dormant centipede, awoken and enraged by Farloom's crumbling collapse. A monster in the classic form of Tales from Youth, its slaying was done as much by my fierce traveling companion as by myself. Indeed. Literally ripped the head off.
She gives Bella the Bell Beast credit, which is very nice. Huge flea, oversized bug briefly consumed by anger after its long-time cage. I would not have guessed so large and marvelous a flea existed. I am pleased it saw sense before I had to strike a killing blow.
Adorable. Chakra, warrior, cartographer of a tribe from Farloom's Edge. Her skills in battle could challenge the kingdom's best. She's just simping at this point. She has lived a more severe fraction of my lifetime, yet her rings prove a ferocious match. As gifted a warrior as I have ever encountered, and one I am fortunate to call a friend. Oh.
Yes, and for those who don't know, we gotta do it real quick for the imaginary viewers I have. We gotta get a Pashanka for. Why is it not letting me?
I love the fact that they're canonically friends.
Pashanka.
That is adorable.
That is adorable. Okay, Lost Garmond, old knight consumed by black dread. A tragic fate for once honorable bug. Those void-soaked tendrils, their physical might is nothing compared to the corruption they wreak upon a soul.
Pinstress. Now we're getting into some of the interesting characters.
Yes.
Blade Maiden of once renowned warriors sect survived long beyond the rest of her order. I like her, for her willingness to teach and her spirit still strong despite a long age spent solitary. She has my respect. Oh, that's adorable.
That is
I like her.
Nice. Yeah, I like her. Okay, Widow. Crazed fanatic, able to guide Farloom's haunted silk by music played upon it. Her body seemed to weaver's, but her mask had been forcibly removed, and her own silk was bound useless by heavy pins lodged through her spine.
Which thinking about it now,
so much.
Thinking about it now, the pins remind me of the tool that you get from the White Ward, where it's like the pins that forcefully.
Band.
Yeah. I wonder. I don't know if it's something that like Grandmother Silk did, or if it's something that was done by the Citadel. I don't know if it would have been, because we know Widow stayed loyal, and I wonder if the other Weavers may have not have liked that.
Yeah, they might have punished her for that and made her remove her mask, which I cannot imagine being a very nice process. Okay, I think this is return.
First Sinner, ancient weaver condemned for transgression, lost to time. This one husk held a masterful talent to weaver silk into blazing runes. Throughout my life, I have seen runes woven for many tasks. Was she the first to hone such skills? Which is very interesting.
It is an interesting question. Yeah, I wonder what her transgression really was, considering the game's telling us, well, we don't know for sure.
I don't know.
And
Phantom.
Phantom.
Yeah, your turn.
Yes. Mournful creature tasked alone to expel the Citadel's choking refuse. Their talent with a long pin is unmatched. Though gray with age, their frayed form suggests a being strung from silk, one who welcomed a decisive end in combat over a slow decline. Which is just crazy. That Hornet's like, yeah, I could tell fighting them that they sort of welcome death. And I was more than happy to oblige.
Dang. Yeah, it's a pretty sad thing. It's too the fact that they're siblings, and they mirror the white the White Knight and Phantom mirror Hornet, and the Ghost is the Knight is such an interesting thing.
It is for sure.
Lace. Oh wait, this is mine.
Yes, it is yours.
Matt. Manic fencer who delights in battle. A bug born entirely of thread, much silk would have been needed to see her sustained. A fragile form of life, but life nonetheless. Interesting that, like, for once, she actually considers Lace to be a person. When this whole entire time she's been talking about, like, life mimicked and how it's like an unnatural order.
It is definitely interesting. And then we have the Pell Queen herself, Grandmother. I can change the music to Awakening for the stream. Yeah,
I can't hear it. I can play it for myself.
Yeah. I'm doing it for the stream. You know, I had it playing on Songclave for a while.
Here, I'll play it on my end, or maybe not.
Grandmother Silk, Monarch of Farloom and the primal source of silk. Heart of the haunting, long lulled to slumber and desperate to wake. The higher being stretched throughout Farloom's, snaring its bug and driving them into madness and discord. Oh man.
Which is, yeah.
It is so interesting. And how the process of the Weavers getting her to sleep with the song, like, well, presumably with the threefold melody even taking place, is just a fascinating lore question. You know, it reminds me, but it's a lore question I don't think it's really going to get answered. It's sort of like the lore question in Hollow Knight, like, how did the Hollow Knight, like, absorb the full might of the Radiance in the first place?
Yeah, which it feels like we get a little bit more answers with this game, like, as far as just, like, the nature stuff goes. I don't know. It's an interesting thing, and I think that, like, Grandmother Silk might be my favorite character. I'm not gonna lie.
She does have her favorite song, so I can
she
see
does why. She does. But as far as just her character goes, it's just one of those things where doubt wins out finally. Where it's like my musings of doubting where the story was telling me it was going actually ended up panning out, and I was very satisfied with that. Yes. Also, I just realized we only have one more entry for this.
We do only have one more entry, and it only took us nearly 4 hours to get through this.
Wait, did it actually?
Yes.
Oh my gosh! It literally took us 4 hours. I didn't realize we had been going for that long. I was looking, I was like, man, we're doing so good. It's only 4 o'clock. Oh my god. Okay.
This one is yours.
Well,
you get the last entry.
Lost Lace, silk spun child possessed by the void, to quell the mother's rage and to see this kingdom saved. I will claim her back. This one, the dark, shall not take. Also, that rhymes. To quell mother's rage, I see this kingdom saved. I will claim her back. This one, the dark.
You are right. Whenever you make for a Silksong fan song, you definitely have to include, like, a rhyme like that. No,
I do need to.
Yeah.
Also,
no, okay. We got through that. The Materium, I have most of the entries for things. I am missing these two lore things.
Two, but you have more than I have.
Yes. Which it'll be interesting to go through all the lore now that we have like the full story together.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So Silk, and I think we can alternate on these like we were doing for the journal.
Yeah.
Okay, find Dread Spawn from the soul of its creator. Highly coveted for its remarkable strength and mystical property, used to heal wounds, extend life, and weave powerful runes.
All of which very interesting. And also the fact that it's like directly tethered to the soul.
It is very interesting. Also, one thing with the soul, it does mention where was it? From the soul of its creator. So I think Hornet Silk is solely her own, and I think that is like confirmation of it.
The idea that like creator being I think there was maybe perhaps a misunderstanding on my part. Whenever I assumed creator, I thought main creator as in the person that like would be
I
the god.
Yeah,
the creator of the silk, though, although I don't know. I mean, that could potentially still be true, but I think so. It's probably still her own. Shell shards. Hardened fragments of shell and bone used in the crafting of tools and traps.
Yeah, so this is interesting. I mean, from a gameplay mechanic, I think the reason why they did shell shards is they wanted to be able to tell some of the story with, like, the beasts that don't have rosaries, but they still wanted to make killing enemies satisfying. Though I don't know if the limits for needing shell shards to craft tools, considering they're already something that you have a limited supply of, if it worked as well in execution as they were hoping.
Yeah.
And then we have the very highly coveted rosaries. Beads carved from various materials used as a measure of faith and traded as currency. Each is etched with a fine patterned design. And then these are also rosaries.
Shell rosaries, beads carved from polished shell. The finer material reflects their increased value. Which is interesting because it's like, why would it matter?
Yeah, whenever it's faith and prayers, you would think that it wouldn't be the difference between penny, nickels, and dimes. But you know, the economy's just tough like that sometimes. Gleaming pearl carved over with intricate marking, the rarest and most highly valued rosaries in all of Farlow. And then we have these things.
Mossberry, sweet fruits that grow in the moist environments. Its seeds are toxic to most creatures.
Yeah, I didn't really know what was going on with the Mossberry and the Druids, and having 100% of the game, I can tell you still, I got no clue.
Well, they're like hallucinogenics. They create visions for the Druids.
Yeah.
And she also just is like, I'll share the visions with this guy.
Yeah,
thick syrupy. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, it's my turn. Thick syrupy soup of mossberries and druderic herbs, sweet and aromatic, but poisonous to most creatures.
Pilgrim shawl, simple shawl. Simple garments worn by pilgrims over the ages, torn, tattered, and repaired many times over. Makes sense.
Yeah, so it's just
There's one
clothing.
missing. Where's the missing bit?
I have no idea. A flint gem.
Wait, hold on.
Gem-like organs taken from a flint beetle produces incendiary sparks when abraded and may explode if cracked or dropped.
Explosive jewelry. Craft metal. Rare elements found naturally within the rock and bone of Farlow. Used by skilled craftsbugs in the constructions of tools and trinkets.
Yeah, which it's interesting that there's so much craft metal in the world just like hidden about. So it makes me think a little bit of pelt ores, though it's probably a very different substance. And then we got the spine core, flexible fiber from within a hoker spine, can be woven into garments and accessories by a skilled seamstress. Which is interesting.
Which we know one.
We do know
Crown fragment. Large spike of bone collected from a defeated skull tyrant. Crown fragment. That's interesting.
And then the horn fragment, I'm forgetting where we got... this was from the second Savage Beastfly, I think. Hardened chunks of horned shell collected from a defeated savage. I swear I didn't just read the description. I was like trying to recall, and it told us whenever we read it. Okay.
Finely forged bell made from gleaming metal. These are really short.
Yes. Well, honestly, that's probably for the best, considering, we got a lot of yapping done in the Hunter's Journal. Pell oil, biogland of a rare... Dear God. Sylphian slug. Talented pin master can use the glistening liquid within to improve a blade's sharpness, which I have no idea what Pell oil is. Does it relate to higher beings at all? Or Pell beings? That is a question. I don't really know. Maybe thinking too much into it.
Hold on. What is a Sylphian?
Sylphian. I've never heard this word before, so I have no idea.
It might be like a made up. Wait, hold on. Maybe I misspelled it.
It's Sylphean.
Yeah, I'm getting Sylphian slug. Oh yeah, it just comes up with the wiki for Hollow Knight.
Okay. It's just something. Well, I guess maybe one day we will know more what a Sylphian slug is. Lifeblood. Liquid life seed. Oh yes, it is returned. My bad.
Lifeblood. Liquid life seed possessed of remarkable regenerative... I'm getting tired. Qualities in substance foreign to Farlim introduced by the alchemist Xyloto.
And then we have plasmified blood. Blood of a creature merged full with liquid life seed possesses powerful regenerative qualities, which is interesting to think that it changes their blood into its own, which is sort of like a very creepy thought.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of questions about how lifeblood works.
Rag pelts. Tattered pelt taken from the body of a crawbug. Fragile and drab. It is considered to have few practical uses.
And if you take too many, you might be summoned to jury duty. So, just think long and hard about that. And then the polyp heart. Core of a flower formed around the body of a consumed wood wasp. Secretes a sticky sap that the wasps subsist on. Interesting.
Roach guns. Oh my gosh. Fresh innards of a muck roach, tough and slimy with a rank odor, unpalatable to most, but not to you?
This was, Benjamin and somebody else. I can't remember the other person's name that wanted it in Center's Road. Courier swag. Heavy cloth sack containing tools, trinkets, and medical aids. So this is what we gave for the Bone Bottom supplies.
Oh, interesting. Queen's egg. Fragile egg containing a young silk eater queen. Though the queen cannot gather silk itself, each time and care it could be raised to breed more silk eaters.
Yeah, so these are the ones, like the grub silk things that have your money returned to you, that you give to that weird bug in Center's Road. Liquid lacquer. Pell glaze used in preparations and protections of bone masks, which we give this to the mask maker in Mount Fae at the courier's request. So I guess this helps make the mask itself.
Carrier's rasher. Fatty meat of indeterminate origin. Once prepared, it will quickly spoil if not stored properly.
Which, indeterminate origin, I wonder if that implies that it's, like, not from this kingdom, but that would be kind of crazy.
Why didn't...
Vintage nectar. High-quality nectar of a long-lived aphid kept in storage over many lifetimes to allow complex maturation.
Pickled maggot, pungent delicacy preserved in rotch brine, most famous creation of the disgraced chef Leclerc. Ugh.
And then the crust nut. A tough furred seed from the center of a corpora cluster, stealth to taste but strong once ground as seasoning.
Still spines, hard forged spines intended for use in heavy machinery, and able to pierce through even the toughest shell.
Yeah, that was what was used to get our parasite out by the great Yarnaby. Quera cloak. Garment gifted to the pilgrims on admittance to the citadel, its thick weave offers additional protection against wind and cold.
Magnetite. Brittle levitating rock found throughout the fringes of Farlow.
Yeah, it's interesting that they seemingly got this material from Mount Fae, with where we get this entry. Broodmother's Eye, gelatinous organ collected from the defeated Broodmother.
Yes. Seared organ, meat harvested from a defeated creature, and it's been seared in a way that noticeably affects the flavor.
And then this is meat harvested from a defeated creature. It has been diced into fine chunks. Very nice.
Meat harvested from defeated creature has been cleanly speared through, but is otherwise intact.
And then we got the Voltridian, hard charged stone that can catch, store, and discharge electricity. I think we find this in the Vault Nest in the Sands of Karak, if I'm remembering correctly, which is interesting.
Okay. Hermit's Soul. Heavy bell filled with the shimmering soul of the Bell Hermit.
Then vial gifted by the Chapel Maiden, full with swirling soul.
Crackled shell containing soul drawn from a long deceased bug, Seeker Soul.
And then we got the Pullen Heart. Enlivened heart of Nylith, it beats faint and fast. And these, yes.
Hunter's Heart. Enlivened heart of Scar Singer, Skarkarkarkar, Kamalita. It beats, is steady and strong.
And then we have Enlivened Heart of the Crust King Khan. It beats deep and slow. Yeah, so these are mainly the same.
Enlivened heart of the Green Prince. Its beat is sharp and clear.
And now we move to the fun stuff.
Ah, yes.
Okay. I'll read the first one. Sing parchment containing a pilgrim's scroll. My dear companions, all are gone now, devoured, scorched, fallen to exhaustion, or worse, seduced by the haunting.
Seduced by the haunting. That's interesting.
It's an interesting way to put it. It's also other bugs referring to it as the haunting from a long time ago.
Yeah.
This isn't just Hornet being like, oh, that's haunted.
Faded parchment containing the last words of the lost pilgrim. I die here in the damp dark, then join those poor sods, trapped in stubble, aimless and empty until their limbs fall to dust.
Do wonder what the cutoff word is here. Don't know.
After I die here in the damp dark.
Yeah, that would make sense. Okay, filthy rag marked with the scroll of an underworker. So much suffering. Are we truly chosen? Or have we sinned unknowingly and now we are punished for it? Which is interesting that some of the underworkers understand the plight of their situation.
Yeah. Crumpled parchment containing the prayer of a burning bug. Hail to your heat, O glorious flame. You who builds and breaks us, sear our shells, char them black, that we may raise to join you. Wreathed in bright and blazing joy.
I think this one was from Wisp Thicket, and this is referring to the cultists that are worshipping the Father of the Flame, which is interesting.
Yep.
And now the Weaver effigies. Carving of Kimura, Weaver of Hilling, a prayer is etched upon it. Weavers hill my sons, their fearful hearts, their climb that shake at the climb to come. We pray, gift but a glimmer of your strength, that when we stand before your divinity, you see bugs shed free of fear.
So is
So
this
these are prayer.
two?
This is a prayer to the Weaver because they're addressing a Weaver, like Weaver, comma,
Yes.
heal my son. So they're praying to the Weavers as if they are a divinity.
Before that, interesting. So they're referring to the Weaver as divine.
Yes. Well, it's also interesting because, like, with religious parallels, this would be like somebody going to Jesus asking, like, for him to perform a miracle on who they know specifically. You know, which is interesting.
But in this case, it would be like a Pharisee.
Yes, it would.
Weaver effigy, carving of Khalil. Weaver of a path, a prayer is etched upon it. Blessed Weaver, Lady of Grace, you who see our sin, our frail shells, our voices weak, and still offer your protection. How great is your mind to care so much for one so lowly. So yeah,
so these Weaver effigies are very much like the followers of the Weavers praying to them. I think that's beyond a shadow of a doubt with how these are written. Or if there is another interpretation, I'm curious to hear what it is.
No, it definitely is.
Yeah. Okay, the carving of Outlaw, Weaver of Time. Okay, Weaver of the Path, Weaver of Healing, Weaver of Time. Interesting titles. By grace of your example and our history held full in mind, our song is yours, as her name is sacred. Weaver Atla, may you be praised eternal. Which, Weaver Atla is the one at the very bottom of the map.
Is that the
that's
Void?
The one where Eva is.
Okay, the Eva one. It's interesting to me, and I wonder too. This has to be after they've lulled her to sleep, right?
I would feel like it would have to be, otherwise this would probably be very blasphemous.
This would be heresy.
Yeah.
This would be like.
Well, but then again, they might have been doing heresy before she was asleep because we have what I think we need all of the keys to get to the first sinner: the key of the heretic, the apostate, and the indolent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the apostate, which isn't that the one she's under, apostate?
I think, yeah, you need that key to get to her last, but I think you need all the keys in order to get to her.
True. Choral commandment, decree of the citadel, dirty and worn. Full chamber to the kingdom of the white worm, claim the weaver and half part, last of their line, since strong with silk, resistance anticipated, fill with rune cage. Yeah.
Okay, well, the only thing I really note from that one specifically is they specifically specified the white worm.
Yeah.
Which means they probably have the knowledge of other worms. Otherwise, I don't see a reason to specify.
Well, we also know there was like a black worm too, like the battle of the black worm.
Yeah, but that means that people in Farloom knew about that, which is just very interesting to me.
No, yeah, it's very interesting. Choral commandment, surgeon's orders, devout has succumbed during silk suture, refuses to revive, sin committed, permit no rights. Husked, marked for cremation, retrieve dregs.
Yeah, so it's saying retrieve the silk from this dead person, so we can stuff somebody else with it, which is pretty dark.
Devout. What isn't there something to refer to specific?
The devout is the boss in White Ward, the one where you get the other silk heart.
Oh yeah. Okay,
choral commandment, last edict of the conductors, and lo is eternity sustained by architect's claw, be welcomed that final form of dial and rotor, and soul gladly given, the perfect unfaltering voice.
So that confirms it, that the souls are put into the automatons.
Yeah, it is very interesting. Which you think that they're just robots, but I don't think there's any exceptions. I think all of them are living things.
and here it sounds like they gave of themselves willingly, which is wild. This is the
Yeah.
edict of the conductors. Although, like maybe it's not necessarily immediately like they probably did have some resistance. That is
Yeah,
interesting.
I am guessing so.
I was gonna see if what the last two edicts were.
Yes.
I was gonna look it up.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind you looking that up if you could find it.
But we can finish out the ones that we have.
Yes. Do you want me to read this one while you look it up, or?
Let's. Yeah, you can go ahead and read it.
Okay. Words of a weaver from the nest beneath bone bottom. Hide her deep, the despised child, or shame shown in shell of iron. She is a wish cast vain, divinity mimicked, in form too frail. So I'm just thinking this. Well, it's obviously about Eva, but it almost implies to me that there is like a deep sense of fear that the Weavers have about Eva being discovered, and the fact that they're like actively conspiring to replace Grandmother Silk.
She is a wish cast bane. That reminds me of the White Lady's wish.
Yes.
That like the White Lady was fearful that her wish was not understood.
Yeah.
And her wish was for Hornet to know her freedom, to be able to choose for herself. But in this case, it's like they're wanting divinity.
Yeah.
So badly.
Okay, and then
Which,
oh, you go ahead.
Plea of a weaver from the furthest edge of Farloom. Flee, sisters, flee into your strength exhaust. So far, you may escape at last her silken sight, to start anew, to sustain free of web and service eternal.
Yeah, and this is the one that you find at the place where you have like the silk things and you have to run so fast, and you see the paths depicting ways out away from Farloom, which is where you find this one, which is interesting. It also makes me think that the Weavers that went to Hollow Nest like have no intention of returning. They were just like, nah, we need to get out of here.
Yeah.
And then we got the Arcane Egg, which is the only relic that is the same in this game and in Hollow Knight. An artifact almost impossibly old, marked inside with many fine etched. Most are indecipherable. No will, no self, shade.
Interesting. Yeah. Which is really very cool.
And then, yeah, these are just the mementos. But that's the main thing that I wanted to get through with the stream, was just like the Materium stuff and the Hunter's Journal, which I thank you for joining me for that. It was very fun.
Oh no, that was very fun. Hold on, let me see if I can find it on like the wiki.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and then if you find it, we can read through those, and then after that, I'm probably going to end the stream since it's been going for a little while now.
Yeah. Okay, I did find but when you get back, yeah, we'll be it.
Just wait one moment. Alright, I have returned.
That is really strange. The two that it says are tell you the location but don't actually tell you what it says. Let me see if I can find the other ones. Like, seek a different site.
Yeah.
Because it says it for the rest of them. It's just kind of weird that, like...
It's just the two that we're missing.
Hold on.
Man, it is so cool that there is so much of this content that, like, is very optional to engage with. I do love this way of storytelling. Like, we've been yapping about this for multiple hours. And there's probably a lot of people who did not even open the Hunter's Journal once.
It's very fun.
Oh, man.
Relics.
This is a side question, but did you get her house painted in Silksong?
I don't think I did.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, I didn't really invest into it, but I need to.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you know that Hornet's royalty, she's something that people of our generation will never be. A homeowner.
That's really funny. Where are these? Okay, hold on. There's a thing with Okay. All right, this should have it. There, it was missing a. Was it a rune harp and a weaver's effigy?
Let me go back to the bell home. Well, I don't know exactly. Let me see here. Oh, yeah, that is where I need to be.
Why?
Okay.
Why are these? Not, oh my gosh! Why is this so inaccessible?
So, to me, it looks. Yeah, it could be a rune. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you're looking at my screen. I would it could be one of the Choral Commandments, if there's 4 of them.
Oh, interesting. So there is a... I don't think we have this one. This is Choral Commandment. This is one that I found... Let me see. Okay, this would just be the same thing. Yeah, I think this is the same one. Yeah. So, tattered decree of the citadel, bug of voice grown hoarse, or shell fallen frail, you have been selected for a duty most sacred. Become our light, our guide in darkness, that others worthy may climb to join the holy song.
Yeah, I don't think we had that one. Interesting.
Become our light, our guide in darkness, that others may climb to join the holy song. So it's basically saying if you're sick or frail, then come to the Citadel.
Yeah. Interesting.
Which basically is like, we need workers.
Yeah. So
that's what it sounds like.
So that is the one we're missing, and I'm missing the final rune arc before the Void Egg.
Okay, let me look. Okay, this should be it. Oh, interesting. I don't think we read this one.
Okay.
Last words of the Weavers.
Yeah, I'm missing
Sisters, spiders, the burden is past. These simple bugs shall bear it full. Never to cease, never to silence. We shall die and wait and pray that one may come of silken strength enough to weave us free. The entire reason of the pilgrimage is so they can kill Grandmother Silk.
Yeah.
They need someone that is strong enough to kill her. Because it says, we shall die and wait. Which is why they have all of the signposts that says, daughter of our distant land, we have waited long.
I guess it's
is
just
that
more
why
like...
they're bringing... Is that why they're... Oh, wait a second. That's why they're bringing them.
Yeah, to
it's not
their
Grandmother
deity.
Silk.
Yeah.
It's not Grandmother Silk. They're bringing
that does
her
make sense.
to kill her, right?
I think
is that a wrong interpretation?
No, I think that is correct, and it actually would explain why we see all those things with like things that are different part
Oh,
Weaver
wait,
is
wait,
because
wait.
they challenged Grandmother Silk and they probably died.
It's found in High Halls, where Conductor Ballador was found, and it's exclusive to Act 3.
Oh, okay. No wonder I. Well, actually, it's found in high. Well, it would be interesting to see where it is.
Yeah.
Before
No, that would
popping
be
off.
where
So-
Conductor. You know where Conductor Ballador was found?
Yeah, that's like the enemy gauntlet, right?
I think so, but apparently it's only there in Act 3. That's really interesting, though. The
I
burden is
guess they want to hide that information from you till you get to this thing, to misguide you on your interpretation whenever you get to the cradle.
Yeah, because you're supposed to see the Weavers in a very specific light for the first two acts. That's so interesting because it's specifically saying like the burden is past, the simple bug shall bear it full. So the
Yeah.
burden that was put on the Weavers is something that they then put on the bugs to bear it. So to hold her silk.
Oh. Yeah, oh, I am in an enemy gauntlet. Oh, okay.
Oh darn it. So this must be the cost of it. You have to.
Oh, I did not
Yeah.
bench. I thought this was going to be far safer. Bashanka!
Ashanka. You're doing good.
I'm a
You
little
got
bit
this.
worried about, like, this enemy gauntlet was very long last time.
Oh gosh, yeah. I hope it's not long.
Oh, man. This is, wow. What a secret. Oh, okay. No, that was fine. Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
he's dead.
he had it. He had it in his possession.
Interesting.
Wow. That is interesting. So I guess he probably knew of the Weaver's plan, and that's probably why he was very freely. Man, that puts it into a new light. Him giving it to us so freely without really asking for anything in return.
Because he knew what we were doing.
Yeah. Wow. That's crazy.
That like confirms so many things with so little words. How do they do that? What?
Their way of storytelling is it's just so cool.
I mean, it's not something that like it's one of those things that takes it from assumptions and like you're prodding and poking at the story to like confirmation or like even like soft confirmation because there's still other interpretations you can derive like
yeah, but
it's
I think that
such a
one's
question.
probably the most likely one, is that we were brought here, and it would make sense that we were brought here to kill Grandmother Silk.
Two, it also makes sense considering like it's almost the opposite of like what the white lady did, because it's like the white lady too had that kind of almost like foresight to be able to know that there was another way,
Yeah.
For the Knight and Hollow Knight. It almost is like the Weavers kind of planned this out in the same way, where it's like under false pretense,
Yeah.
knowing that what we would assume.
Yeah, that's rough for the pilgrims.
Yeah, no, it is.
And that like changes so much because like I always assumed, the Weaver statues that we encounter, they might just be dead, because whenever they say daughter of a distant land, like maybe they're purposely using impersonal language because it's not referring to Hornet specifically at all.
No, because it was made for all of their daughters. And it makes so what I wonder too is, even if that was a part of the plan of them fleeing, if the whole entire idea was them to flee to other kingdoms to try to make a child strong enough to defeat her.
Yeah. I guess the thing that I wonder about their plan, though, if they have such an issue with Grandmother Silk, why are they so confident that a spawn from them would be any better?
Well, it sounds like the whole idea is that like Grandmother Silk needs needs vessels to be able to hold her silk, and so in order to be able to whether it be like to pass it on or in some way for some purpose she has to have servants basically to take on that burden. But like it seems as if whenever they like were left, which honestly, it's interesting to me that the only faithful servant of Grandmother Silk is one who had her silk removed. It's really interesting. Like, it's almost as if
Widow.
It's almost as if like Widow, like Grandmother Silk, like perhaps even like earnestly removed that burden from her willingly. I don't know if that's the case, but like
it's very mysterious why Widow is in the state that she's in, because having her ability to get her own silk removed from her and the removal of the mask, I could almost see it as like a punishment of sort that like the Weavers were like, hey, you know, what do you like? You need to conspire with us.
Yeah,
and they took
the
off
fact
her
that
face
she
as
was
punishment.
Loyal, which it kind of makes sense considering it's like the loss of identity, probably the embarrassment that has. A lot of things to think about.
For sure. Well, for the stream, which it's sad that I got no chatters here, but hopefully people will enjoy the VOD if you are also lore heads. If you got to the end, say peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and like the video, or I will find your family and you will not like what happens next. I will become your stepfather. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay. Dang.
But yeah, for the stream, gonna